the photograph that we have on the website of Swami was taken in 2014 when he was here, right in that very same spot with the tree behind. So
I came again in 2019.
And in 2019, yes. And Swami thinks about 10 times he's been here. So Swami received his monastic vows in India in 1986, and he came to the United States in 2001 to be the resident minister at the Vedanta Society of Providence, Rhode Island, where he still is. And it's a beautiful center. When he rededicated and redid the shrine there, Brother Shankara and Tom Couch and I went to the dedication, which was really lovely. And
there is further addition now. There is a further addition.
There's a further addition now.
It was inaugurated in June.
Wonderful.
Last June,
Wonderful. Yeah, Swami is a busy bee. He's a busy bee.
Bee collects honey, so thank you.
So he travels widely. In fact, after he leaves here tomorrow, he's going to be in Augusta. Later this month, he'll be in Argentina and Brazil. In May, he's going to Canada, and he goes to a lot of the different centers around in this country. So today, he's going to give us a treat until 4 on non-duality in Christianity, based on the teachings of the Christian mystic Meister Eckhart. So we're going to break at 1 for lunch. There's going to be a lovely potluck lunch in the monastery, and then we'll come back again and close at 4. And then tomorrow we're going to continue to be blessed with his teachings from 10 to 11:30. Just note we are starting at 10, not 11 tomorrow, where his topic will be renunciation as taught by Ramakrishna. So without more ado, thank you, Swami. I think many of you have the opening chant, and Swami, you have it too, I think, on your left hand there. Thank you.
You're doing the opening chant, isn't it?
Sure, yes. I think if you don't have it, many of you know it. It's under your, it's right there for you. Om Sahana Bhavatu
Sahano Bhunatu Sahavyam Karvavahai Tejasvinavaditamastu Vidvashavahai. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti.
To lead us, Swami? May the divine being
Look over us lovingly as the mother and father.
May the divine being
Support and nourish us as the mother and father.
May we have the strength and skill to study together the art of spirituality. May no misunderstandings arise amongst us. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti.
Om peace, peace, peace be unto all. So before we begin this discussion on non-duality, it will be beneficial if we try to feel it. So, and it is in a way very simple. Non-duality is the truth, and so feeling it would not be difficult. What we have to see that, in our part, lot of snow has happened. Now different blocks of snow, different pieces, big or small, they look different. So let's close our eyes and feel I am one of those snow pieces. I get identified with my shape. Consider other snow pieces different from me just because of the different shape. I think this is my height, this is my weight, this is my appearance. These are my angularities. And I see all other snow pieces similarly, identifying them with the shape. With some I connect as my relations, my parents, my offsprings, my siblings and friends. With some others I connect as my enemies. A vast number of other pieces I see but am not related to them. I feel I have nothing to do with them. I am seeing the differences. I am rooted in my individuality, connected with the appearance. But soon I become aware that the shape is changing. As the temperatures are rising,
11:10 a.m. One notification. Messages. Now. Speech off.
Sorry. Turn it to silent mode, please.
when I observe, I start seeing the one common substratum of all these many snow pieces. I soon realize that I and my is disappearing. Going and gone. There is just one substance that appeared as multiple pieces of snow, uniform base as water, and without any form as steam. I am actually that. The all-pervading, one without second, existence, consciousness, bliss itself. All differences were apparent, evanescent, manifestations of this eternal, unchanging oneness. Om, peace, peace, peace. So, dear friends, I feel honored and privileged to come to this beautiful Vedanta center. It is about 5 years ago that I had come. And you know, remaining years were, many of them were non-traveling years due to COVID. So after the COVID, I think around 2022, my travels gradually began. And then I had received an invitation from Ruti giving me the news that Brother Shankara is not doing well, and it will be very good if I can come to give a class or a retreat, some lectures like that. Even though when Brother Shankara was in fairly good health, I had been coming here, and there are a few people here who know me even from the time of Yogeshananda ji. I used to come even then. So it is I am not a very new person here. In fact, this place was constructed a little after, a few years after I first came. Some discussions used to be in that other place, and Yogesh Anandji had the plan to have a nice shrine room built, a chapel and a shrine room, and then it got done. So I am happy that the things are growing, more people are being served, and the service is in the spirit of bringing the divine wisdom of oneness in various ways. There are, sometimes one meditate, and in that meditation we can feel the oneness just as we try to do. And we can easily feel the oneness just by closing the eyes, You don't see any variety, all covered in dark. So the simplest way, close the eyes and the variety, at least at the visual level, disappears. So, just going beyond our identification with shapes, identification with body, brings us to the field, to the truth of non-duality. It is not a difficult thing. Truth is never difficult. Truth is the simplest thing, friends. And what can be simpler than non-duality? There is no complication there, isn't it? Non-duality is the simplest thing. There is variety means now the relations, complications, and definitions, and so forth. But non-duality is a natural truth. It is that only because of the natural ignorance we are not feeling it. We get addicted to the ignorance and thus gradually lose sight of the truth. Gradually means in the ignorance, now we have steps. In knowledge, there is no step, it is one without second. But in ignorance, now there are steps. Because there is variety, so there is a movement away from this wisdom. It is given in many beautiful, Vedanta treatises, and even in other religions, how one moves away from the core truth. So, thus we come to be firmly rooted in ignorance. Firmly rooted in firm ignorance. That is the contradiction, The appearances are all full of contradictions. And that should tell us that they are not real. In the study of mathematics or logic, you see, when you come to contradiction, that tells you that it is not real. Something is problematic here. It is not true. So, here you see the contradictions in this dualistic understanding. The life becomes synonymous with death in practice, although in grammar it is opposite of each other. In practice, what going towards a certain death gets called as life. Contradiction. Our pleasures, and pleasure grammatically is opposite of, misery. But in life, we go to catch pleasures and end up in suffering. That is why, look at these contradictions. And why are these contradictions? And they are irresolvable. Somebody had explained me the difference, and very correct difference, that paradox and contradiction, they are different. Paradox can be resolved, it is only apparent contradiction. But contradiction cannot be resolved, it has to be dissolved. Dissolve means just go beyond it and see the oneness that underlies all these appearances. The appearances give so many illusions, and thus we feel the need, all of us, feel the need to go beyond these because they are seen with a little probing that they are the cause of all our sufferings. And so we feel the necessity to go beyond that. And all the religions in their essence, I am using the word essence, they preach this idea that we should go to experience this non-duality. And non-duality is not a matter of theorization. It is not a matter where you can come to a conclusion merely on the basis of logic or ratiocination. No. It is not a matter of a lot of studying books. It is a matter of actually transcending the appearances. The appearances have to be transcended. And thus, this is kind of meditation. In meditation, although there is a form of meditation that gets called transcendental meditation, which was brought to United States, and this name was given in United States by what is his name?
Mahesh Yogi.
Mahesh Yogi, exactly. Thank you very much. Mahesh Yogi. So Mahesh Yogi has given this transcendental meditation. But the meaning of meditation itself is transcendence. Every meditation, therefore, is actually a transcendental meditation. It is go beyond the appearances and you will see the inherent source of all this multiplicity. The oneness will become apparent to us. All religions, in their essence, in the religions as one practices them, due to the various levels of practice and the popularity, because the religions also, they are for the people, by the people, and so forth, you see. So, many times they more often than not, they lose the mystic core, the deep core, and become superficial, where the same thing then happens in the so-called religious practice also. Squabbles, running for more money, and so forth. It is, as it is said, that church becomes more important than God. It is in every religion, amongst Hindus, not that Hindus are exceptions. They are exceptions means they go, in these things much more, that they have big temples, whose temple is bigger, and you feel, hey, say, I am practicing religion more because, see, I built a bigger temple. Now, is it a religion? Hmm. How many people turn up, and that becomes a measure. It doesn't mean the truth. Truth doesn't depend on majority. This is one of the first thing I learned in my science class. I think it was some ninth grade when that serious science was being taught, and the science teacher said that the majority doesn't work here. The truth does not depend on majority. Who gets elected and all that depends on majority. But truth does not depend on majority. And he gave a nice example that suppose most of you say that salt does not dissolve in water. And being majority and majority rule, the teacher was forced to say, yeah, that is the correct answer, and give full marks for that. Will that have any effect on salt or water? It will not have any impact on salt and water. May the whole world say that salt doesn't dissolve in water. And this salt, when you put it in water, what will happen, Uma? Dissolve, exactly. So this is the idea that the truth is not dependent on majority. How many follow does not mean that the thing is true or not true. So, therefore, the followers of true religion, although are comparatively speaking very few, most of us like comfortable religion. It is like the way I am living, let it go like that, may my bank balance increase. Those books are very popular, how Bhagavad Gita can help me to increase my bank balance. Those things are popular religion. But if you want to go to the core of religion, be a follower of one of those great mystics who have experienced this truth. If you want to be, say, a follower of Sri Ramakrishna, whose teachings we try to imbibe and practice in this place, then, you will see that the religion here means going beyond these forms, beyond these appearances. If true religion, as Swami Vivekananda describes Sri Ramakrishna in the Arati hymn that many chant always, every day there is that chanting in many of our centers here and in India, that Khandana Bhava Bandhana, a breaker of this bondage of ignorance or having this particular individuality, that bondage has to be broken. And most popular religion is to have this bondage increased, make those chains gold plated. Instead of getting free from that, make the gold plated chains. That is how the popular religion goes. But that is also necessary in a way, because with that people would get disillusioned with that. They will also try to follow that what is the source. And let us read Sri Ramakrishna, let us read Vivekananda, let us follow the lives of, say, Jesus, and such great mystics. So it is what I am trying to point out is that if you see all different religions, the core is to reach the experience of non-dual reality. That is to be experienced, and that is called the goal of life by Sri Ramakrishna. He names it God realization. Why that is the goal of life? Why should that be the goal of life? Because getting that alone will bring the lasting satisfaction in one's life. Otherwise, we will never ever feel satisfied. There is always these ideas, what should I be doing next, and so forth. Whatever you get, uh, there will be the problem. Okay, then what next? What should I do? It is, I told it in yesterday's class in Providence, that one young man, I go to various schools, so there is a very nice Catholic school in Providence, La Salle Academy, and they invite me twice every year for I think about more than 12 years. I have been going there twice every year. So, and I asked one student, hey, what do you think you want to do in life? And he gave an honest answer that I want to earn money, I want to make money, that's what I'm going to do, that is what I want to do. But then, as I probed deeper, he said, oh yes. I told, look, if you are running after money, who is the master? Huh? What, Lord Krishna? Money is the master. You are the slave. Then who uses whom?
Money uses.
Obvious, isn't it? No brainer. That money will use me. I will lose the capability of using money. And that is what happens. Actually, you can see that in practice. So therefore, that is not going to bring satisfaction. If you say, I want to get a lot of education and do a lot of research, get Nobel Prize. Suppose you get, still the question remains, what next? What am I going to do the next? That question gets totally answered as you realize this truth. There is nothing further. It is all the questions are just dissolved there. Just to give you an example, that what is the meaning of getting the question dissolved? Suppose, you are seeing a dream, and in the dream you see a big cobra. Cobra? Huh? Yeah, cobra. Chasing you. And then in the dream, you get this question, what should I now do? Where should I run away? Or should I get a big stick and kill the cobra? Or should I call those rescuers 911 and to all these questions will come to your mind then. And when you wake up, what happens? Any of those questions? Do you get answer to those questions? You don't get answer to those questions. The question dissolves. That is the meaning of it, It dissolves. This, all these questions about, hey, what should I do next? What now I should achieve in life? How much more money I need? All those questions will dissolve. They will not remain. So that is the freedom. It is. So that is what is taught by these great mystics. They may belong to, say, one of the organized religions, like, say, Islam, for example. There are so many Sufi mystics that you will see, they also speak of the same non-dual reality. You can go to Judaism. I am talking about these religions just now more. Islam, Judaism and Christianity, because they consider themselves, their organizations consider themselves as monotheistic religions. But if you go to their mystic, those streams, you will see that they are all non-dual. There is no duality. It is like Kabbalah, the Jewish, that mystic stream. Now, it is when you study Kabbalah, you will find as if you are studying Upanishad. If you study, say, Hafiz, you will find that it is you are studying a text of non-duality. So, monotheism is very different from non-duality. Among Hindus also, many are sects of monotheism, that it is like those who called Vaishnavas or Shaivites. There is one Godhead, Vishnu, and or Shiva, or whatever, who controls this universe. Same thing like Christian idea that there is this God who created this world and then governs it. So, that creator, governor God, and then you pray to that God so that that God will make your life happy. He is the God like a giver of either rewards or punishments. If you follow that God's dictates, that God will reward you in whatever way you may think about reward. If you do not follow, then you will be sent to the hell to be eternally barbecued there. So it is, that is how the monotheistic ideas are. And so that is only for those superficial religious people. But mystics, they see that beyond these appearances, there is this oneness. That oneness is non-duality, not that it is a numerical one. Again and again, these teachers tell it is not a numerical one. Numerical one means 1 plus 1, 2, and all that, infinity. So, this is non-duality, that where, as I described it with that dream analogy, all the problems they dissolve. Nothing more remains to be achieved. As Bhagavad Gita says beautifully, yam labdva chaparam labham manyate nam tatah, that getting which there is nothing more to be achieved. That is how these teachings are. And in the core of Christianity too, which is the our subject of discussion today, there is this non-duality. It is presented, in many of the biblical statements. For example, Jesus declares, "I and my Father are one." It is a statement of non-duality. I and my Father are one. Then there are these beautiful ideas there, which again are based on this non-duality, that it is everything else is a vanity. Means not real. The appearances, they come and go. It is all vanity. In Bible you read this, that it is all vanity, God alone is real. So it also in that Apostle Paul's writings you see, it is that so many times that Paul mentions this in his epistles, that that is the reality. All differences just dissolve in that oneness. So it is not a particularized form as such. It is not that you propitiate and you get some rewards. No. And therefore, Jesus mentions that their reward is in heaven. Just while driving here, I and this John, who very kindly gave me the ride from airport to here. So we were discussing about this, that heaven in Christianity means the proximity of God, not the heaven in the Persian literature where it is a place of sensual merriment. No. In Christianity, it means you be in close proximity of God, and the differences just disappear there. So, then there is the book of John, which says that oneness is so beautifully presented there, which is very much, like how you find it presented in Upanishads. Swami Vivekananda began his Sermon on the Mount by reading, his sermon at the Thousand Island Park, At Thousand Island Park, he began his classes. First day, he brings the Bible with him and said that most of the students, actually all were Christians. So he said that let us begin with a Christian text. Swami Vivekananda universal. And so he could see the same teaching in Bible or Quran or Upanishads or Bhagavad Gita or Jewish texts. So all. So he said he read out the 5 statements of the book of John. I also love those statements. They are expressions of non-duality. In the beginning was the Word. The Word. The Word was with God. The Word was God. From that, everything that was made was made. And also, he says, that very word becomes flesh. It is so that oneness is that word. We have that in Mandukya Upanishad, a text that is considered the prime text of non-duality. Mandukya Upanishad. There the word is called Om. So it is said that everything is Om. It is that which was in past or present or in future. All that is contained in Om. Om etadaksharam idam sarvam. That everything is this sound, primordial sound, which appeared, got variegated in all these forms without changing. That is the important aspect of it. While getting variegated, the truth did not change at all. It is the appearances just got emanated. Also, I would like you to look at, that who was considered the first philosopher of Christianity, Plotinus. Plotinus was in about second century, not second century, in third century, in 204 it is supposed he was born, and then he is known as the last amongst the great tradition of the Greek philosophers. Although he most probably never visited Greece. But that is how Greek philosopher doesn't mean that it is has to be in Greece. It is when I was new here in this country, somebody told me in Providence, where did you take lunch today? Oh yes, I had Boston chicken. Said, oh, you went all the way to Boston? No. Boston chicken has nothing to do with Boston. We have Boston chicken, we have buffalo wings, doesn't mean I have to go to Buffalo, you see. It is. So, the point is that you have the names, Greek philosopher means the ideology is that. It is the general way of, moving forward in the philosophical way. That is as you see described by pre-Socratian and Socrates and all that lineage. So this Plotinus was last amongst them, and many Christian saints consider him to be the primary philosopher of Christianity, where he says that good is one, and he puts that O there as one as a bold capital. It is not to be confused as a number. It is, and this universe is an emanation of that one without that one undergoing any transformation. Emanation, just to give you an idea, that see the sun and how many rays the sun has? Can you count? How many rays? Kaveri, can you count how many rays the sun has? No, you cannot. And as the sun emanates in so many rays, does the sun undergo any change? Sun does not undergo any change while appearing in all these rays. That is just to give an idea of what is meant by emanation. The one reality gets emanated as this variety. And so this one is actually being seen by the mystics. And that is the core of religion. Each of us has to become a mystic. And you may think that it is such a difficult thing. It is not at all any more difficult than the way we live this life in this world. Here do we not face lot of difficulties? And Niranjana, do we have difficulties while living in this world? No? Yes. Yeah. So no more difficulties will be there in that. Like you say, suppose you are driving in the wrong direction or you are driving in the right direction. Both will have, the traffic problems. Both you will be spending gas. Not that if you are driving in the wrong direction, car will run on water. It is there also you will be burning gas. So whether you go in the wrong direction in this world, not that the difficulties are lessened. Same difficulties you will be facing, maybe much less actually, in seeing this oneness, becoming a mystic and going beyond the form. I assure you, friends, no more difficulty will be there than what we already experience in the world. In fact, when you drive in the right direction, what happens? Your journey comes to an end or the end. You follow the GPS directions and then that GPS announces, you have arrived. If you don't go on the right path, then your journey never ends. That is what is called in Hindu philosophy samsara. Samsara means that never ends, Samyak sarati iti samsara, that is how the Sanskrit declination of that word is. Goes on and on and on, there is no end to it. So, therefore, tell me what is less difficult? Again, simple answer, isn't it? That to become a mystic and see the truth is much easier than, continuing in this endless path that goes nowhere. So, therefore, one should realize this truth. One should know that I have to transcend these appearances. Appearances are not real after all. In Providence, I give this analogy very often, that it was an incident that happened when I used to be in Shillong. that a little girl had come with her mom, and the mom had certain things to talk to me, and the little girl was pestering mom to give a candy. Natural, that it is, yeah, mom, and the mom was saying, hey, keep quiet here, no, not. And then there was a TV that was in that office going on, and there was the advertisement of a candy, a chocolate bar was there. I told that girl, hey, why you are bothering your mom? Just go and pick it from there. Don't you see there? And the girl was not going to budge from her place. No, it's not there. Hey, I see it. Don't you see? No, you see, but it is not real. Ah. So she was very convinced that it is not real. She want to move to pick it up. Just pick up this question. Is this world real? Had it been real, then it would have been unchanging. It keeps on shifting, changing, coming, appearing and disappearing. It is not real. That is the test of reality. It will never become unreal. What are the things in this world? They appear and disappear. So they are not real. And then will our mind run after them like that little girl's mind was not at all eager to take that chocolate because she knew that it is not real. So when we see, and it is not difficult to see, rationally speaking. Now the only difficult thing is our mind, which has gotten addicted. Addicted mind means, although you understand, you cannot execute. Like I understand that, yeah, I am increasing my weight, I should cut down food and all that. The intake should be proper, and so I understand it. But then habits, that habits make me think that, oh, from tomorrow I will start that. And today let me enjoy sweets and, all these fries and that stuff from tomorrow. So that is how our mind has gotten addicted to what is Sri Ramakrishna used to call I and mine. And therefore, it becomes difficult to practice the truth. The addiction is like that. That it is, one of my friends was so addicted to smoking. So uh, I just said, he was having lung problems and all that, very tough. Hey, give up this smoking, you see. And he laughed and said, oh, I give twice every week. So, because the mind uh, does not, leave it. It is, you hold on to it in spite your rational thinking. Uh, a wonderful psychologist, Steven Pinker, he writes that we think rationally but act irrationally. It is, our actions are not rational, our thinking is rational. Yeah, so that is how we create these stumbling blocks or difficulties. But if we proceed in that direction, gradually they will disappear. And these Meister Eckhart's writings, his sermons actually, they were later on made into, these translated into English from either from that old German or from Latin. And this translation that I'll be following is by one Walshe, Walshe. Uh, he was an expert, I was so amazed to see that he was expert not only in German, the old German, he was expert in English, he was expert in Latin, and you may not think about it, he was expert in Pali and Sanskrit also. At one time he became a Buddhist teacher. So it is
What's his name?
Walshe. So it is so this is the in the introduction of this book, the one who wrote that introduction gave a very nice poem there, that it is, and I am quoting a few parts of that poem, that as a child become both blind and dumb, thy own self's ought must turn to naught. Both ought and not thou must reject, without a trace of image, time or space. This is the ideal of transcendence. Reject ought, reject not. This is reject not is also very important. That because when we reject the forms, we may get the idea that so there is nothing. You get the thought of not. So it is no, reject that not also. That also is to be rejected. The truth remains, only the appearances go away. It is important, don't throw away the baby with the bathwater, that is not to be thrown away. So here we will see Master Eckhart's teachings that don't throw away the God. God, he says, and we'll see gradually, that is the negation of negations. It is negation of negation. So it is when the forms are gone, what remains, when all the appearances of duality are gone, what remains? That is that which ever was. There is no time there. Time and space, they are results of the perception of multiplicity. But we get so used to imagining things in time and space, we take them to be as if they are there always, and in that we see time and in that time and space we see objects, like we feel that this is the room and we are all sitting in this room. So yeah, we all are sitting in this room, and then room is there. Even if we go out, what will happen to the room? Room will remain, isn't it? So that is how our idea of time and space comes. That there is a space and there is time. That yes, from 11 o'clock to 4 o'clock we will be in this space. Then we will not be in this space. So time and space, please pay attention, it's a little intricate thing. But you see, what is this space? Space is only that we see multiplicity. How we see that here Balkrishna and Yogatmananda, two things, because there is space between. We see the space because of the objects. The multiplicity is the generator of space. Not that multiplicity is in space. The space is in multiplicity. Do you see? When there is, we don't see space, we don't see multiplicity. When we see multiplicity, we see space. It is where we fail to see multiplicity, we think it is one thing. It is like our body. We see it is one, so no space is seen. But if you see through some very powerful instruments, you will see there are, so many different particles separated from each other. There is space between them. In fact, it is said that what you think as the one being, it is mostly space. It is because an atom also is mostly space. So it is thus, how do we see the space? Because of the perception of multiplicity. Otherwise, there is nothing like space. Imagine Swami Vivekananda gives this example. Imagine all objects are gone, all separateness will then disappear. There is no space then. Space, word or the concept is meaningful only in relation with the objects. So space is a direct product of our perception of multiplicity. And what is time? Now this multiplicity being not real, it keeps on changing. And the change gives rise to the idea of time. Was, is, will be. What changes? It is, without change there is no idea of time. Space is the distance between objects and time is the distance between events. It is like I said, it is 5 years ago that I had come, 2 events, that gives you the idea of time. And both are dependent on the perception of this continuously changing multiplicity. And so, in the one, in the perception of the one, time dissolves, space dissolves. Therefore, as the meditation becomes deeper, you lose the perception of time and space. So this is it. So this is, he says in this poem that it is without a trace of image, time or space. Go quite astray the pathless way, the desert thou mayst then detect. There are no paths, there is no separation, so where is the question of path? So it is, my soul within, come out, God in. Soul means this individuality, sticking to this I and mine. I am this body, I am this mind. Ah, that is called my soul. It is or the individuality. Now that prevents us from realizing the truth, the God. The individuality goes, Gods come in. That is how Master Eckhart has told many, many times there that, and you will see it in the writings of all these mystics. To just quote Kabir, a great sage, he says that the love, the lane of love is a very, very narrow lane. How narrow? Two cannot fit in it. So narrow, the two will not. If you are there, God cannot be there. If God is there, you cannot be there. So it is a great teaching, that those who will to understand Hindi will be able to say what he says, that prema gali ati sankari jame dohu न समाए आप हैं तो हरि नहीं हरि है तो नहीं आप. It is it is therefore one has to prepare for the destruction of this so-called individuality. Swami Vivekananda made a lot of fun with this word because people would ask him, if this knowledge comes, what will happen to my individuality? He says, tell me, where is your individuality? Somebody goes to barber and cuts all the hair. Has the individuality gone? Was that in that appearance of hair? Where was the individuality? Very difficult, friends, that there is nothing like that. A individuality of a baby, when the baby grows to be a young fellow, as the individual, so the individuality is gone if it is connected with that body, that shape, or that mind. Mind has changed, not only the body. A child's mind, and when the person is grown up, is no more like that child's things. Then the child's mind just running after the various toys. Now, when the fellow grows up, the toys become different. I mean, not that the toys vanish, but those toys are not sought after. So it is. So where is this individuality? Non-existent, and yet we hold on to it. And that is why we get frustrated, we become, gradually depressed. If it doesn't happen, then it is a wonder. It is a wonder if we don't get depressed. If you keep on trying something impossible, will you not get depressed? Will you not feel frustration? Suppose Lorry decides that I will run and reach the horizon. How long will you have to run? It is not possible at all, because such a thing does not exist. It is, horizon is a virtue, a visual deception, that's all. And there is no such actual line there. It is, so everything here is like that, a visual deception. You cannot get it, and therefore you feel sooner or later frustrated. In life, everybody, some days ago, one gentleman, his son had brought him to me, that my father feels very depressed these days, feels not interested in anything. He had achieved many successes in his life. He was just a born struggler and kept on, a very positive outlook of life. And so I am surprised why he has become like this. I said that is quite natural. Because uh, during these growing years, we keep on hoping that tomorrow I will get this. Like the lorry may think that, well, another 1 mile and I will be at the horizon. Another mile, she is wise, so she will not think, but it is that comes like that to all, that okay, just let me, it comes to, these early teenagers, they start feeling, let me quickly become 18 and then I will be free from these clutches of my parents. They now I have to listen to them and so forth. But uh, you become 18, still the problems remain. New problems come up, that's all. Yeah, and then you proceed further, this will happen, and then, yeah, the life will be then all sugar and honey. And no, nothing happens to grow. Keep on hoping. And hopping. It is that, but, and so at one point, when you feel, oh, what did you get? One starts feeling that no, there is nothing to hope in this world. The pendulum swings in the other direction. Oh, it is all useless. You start feeling, therefore, depressed. Swami Vivekananda writes in that great book, Jnana Yoga, that old age is a heap. Old age is a heap of all shattered dreams. The shattered dreams. Then this will happen. They all get shattered, and then naturally one feels frustrated and running after things that do not exist. Will that not make us frustrated? Frustration is very natural to be expected if we are doing that. It is, so what is, I told that gentleman when he came that, see, you should see what is this real, go for the real. Ah. And gradually that person started seeing this point, and uh, he said, yes, it will be so good, to feel this. Tell me, give me some mantra by which I will be able to feel it, and so forth. It is so. You then see that what will not frustrate you. Doing the same stupid thing is not going to take you out of frustration, like the so-called uh, the psychologists, they advise, uh, go for a sightseeing tour, that will remove the frustration. A common thing, told that it doesn't work, cannot work basically. For a few days maybe you will feel a little, happiness about it, but the disease is going to relapse because that is not the solution. So this Meister Eckhart, uh, it is, he was, having that experience of the divine, but he never spoke of any visions as such. Uh, because that is not the meaning of non-duality. Many get these apparitions or visions and all that. It is, and not Meister Eckhart, at least he doesn't speak of those things. He goes to the very kernel of the things, that it is uh, that he got many experiences, but those experiences he doesn't mention much. Uh, but one very important thing that he says in his one sermon, he says the sermon 19, uh, that it is, he says that it seemed to a man as in a dream, but it was a waking dream. Not that it was the dream of sleep, a waking dream, not what people normally call as lucid dreams, not that, a waking dream. So it is that he became pregnant with nothing. Ah, yes, pregnant with nothing. How can one be pregnant with nothing, you see? It is, there is an anecdote attributed to Churchill, that it is that uh, in the parliament there was one lady there, parliamentarian, who was opposite to Churchill's party. So it is, she was telling Churchill that opposing his idea, see, I conceived, I conceived. So consider meaning, Churchill remarked, see, she conceived thrice but delivered never. So she conceived thrice but never ever delivered. So it is, that is not that word, pregnant with nothing. This is a very mystic expression, that now you will have this perception of this nothingness, and that nothing is all things. Nothing is an inclusive nothing. That is why it is that nothing, that it is spelled as capital N. It is, that not in the sense that you know nothing, you are good for nothing, not in that sense. It is, so it is, uh, and here the commentator on Eckhart, he says he has uh, the birth of the Son in the soul. Son here is Jesus, and the birth in the soul. And he mentions that he starts experiencing the mystical insight. So this is that his sermons are like that. It is, they are very similar. Uh, uh, I love Meister Eckhart in the early dawn of my monastic life. About 48 years ago, I was told by a senior Swami to read Eckhart, and I didn't read much then. But after coming to US 23 years ago, I started reading more of it. I had read a little bit earlier but then I started studying it, and to great profit to see these tremendous insights that it is. He mentions again and again the Christ in you, that Christ is in you. It is our very reality. So that is how that Jesus takes birth in the soul. So it is uh, so as you know, uh, he was condemned of heresy. His teachings were, some of them were ultimately uh, removed, although he never said that they were really heretic, but somebody might interpret them in the heretic manner. Uh, so, uh, for many years, therefore, there was this study of Meister Eckhart was rather confined to small circles away from the mainstream Christianity. Although you will see that the study never really died, it kept on and on. People studied him, and so we will stop here for a break, and then we shall continue. But before we take this break, what was the time? I forgot. Up to what time was I to speak?
So it's a little before 12:30. Swami, did you want to stop for lunch now?
No, when is it? I can go on, but it will.
So lunch will be at 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock, yeah.
Yeah.
So I should go on. I can go on till
Yeah,
1 o'clock.
yeah.
I hope they will remain alive till then.
So since Swami gave us a moment's break, could I just please ask everybody to put their cell phones on silent? Because sometimes we forget. Thank you.
And can I say something? There's a sign out there that says to turn your cell phone off when you come in here. So, you shouldn't be looking at your cell phone.
People don't read signs.
I know.
The sign should appear on their cell phone. Or there should be some mechanism to be developed. As soon as somebody is entering, automatically the cell phones will stop. Now there is all automations going on, So,
Artificial intelligence.
Artificial intelligence, yeah. So the cell phones, the very moment you put step in the door, the cell phones will automatically turn off. So it is, yeah. Otherwise, everywhere I read, please turn your cell phones off, or some are more, diplomatic, that thank you for turning off the cell phones and like that. But still, from time to time I hear the ring goes on. It is so. This is one of the problems of the modern age, that I saw the other day that how one gets chained, bound. So a big chain was shown, tied to a man's neck like that, and the other end was tied to a phone, that it is, you are chained to phone. So it is, yeah. Somebody told me, Swami, your phone is coming out of your pocket, it will fall down. Oh, I said, that is my life, it is our life these days is in the phone. So it is, there used to be in my childhood these stories that some terrible demon that needed to be killed, but who could not be killed because that demon had kept its life in some parakeet somewhere far away on some protected mountain. And so, unless you kill that bird, this fellow is not going to die. So, now our phone, that is the life. So, it is. Uh, so therefore, you cannot spare phone, cannot put it, in this off mode or at least silent mode. Yeah, it is. So, apart from this, do you have any questions to ask? Uh, Feel free to ask. This was more like an introductory class, and then we will go on his various sermons.
Maharaj, you are
Yes,
mentioning
Sundar? Huh?
you are mentioning about the dream analogy. So even though the dream dissolves, but the impact of the dream is still felt.
Very correct. The impact of that dream. Sometimes the person wakes up after that scary, that cobra dream I told, and then now knows there is no cobra, but still that experience, its trauma remains. That is what is called trauma. That the actual cause is gone, but the impression on the brain still survives, and you feel that, yeah, fear. Even while describing, your voice will show that yes, tremors, that shaking, that I had such a terrible, terrible dream. Now it is a dream you understood, but still that force remains. That is why uh, you see, even after realizing this truth, for some time, the impressions of the world still remain. It is, and so that is what makes people live. That is called, in rather technical terms, it gets called as prarabdha karma. And that it is because of the past, uh, these thing, impressions, it is still going on, although it will not have any force to bind you. That will not bind you. It is a very temporary phenomena that you are still shaking with that impression. But now you will not be scared of it. That it is, oh, it was a dream, So it is like that. In fact, you will take joy in describing it to others that it is. Yeah, so such, it is a dream. So it is Sri Ramakrishna gave a nice analogy for that. Uh, if you have rope, the rope can tie you, put you into bondage. But if the rope is burnt, now still you can see the twinings on it, the marks will still be there. It will still have the appearance of rope, but nobody can be bound with that. It is just ash. So similarly, those impressions of dreams survive for some time, but they don't have the capability of putting you in bondage anymore. Exactly like that, yeah. Yes, please.
Swami, Gaurav here. My question is, you mentioned about pregnant with nothingness. can I say it's pregnant with bliss?
You can say that, yeah. It just, you can say pregnant with bliss. But what happens there is that, therefore Buddha also avoided this word. That why? Because our ideas of bliss are getting pleasure from some objects. I was so blissful in the company of my friend. So it is, that is not what is expected there. So it is just the matter of, how you use the language. Yeah, semantics. Yeah.
I think there is no language to express that really. There is no real language to
Yeah, that is true.
explain
Yeah,
or
yeah.
define it.
Therefore, you have to make a little. Vedanta uses the word bliss, and but that bliss again is not. Yeah, it is.
Not a materialistic.
The Buddhists, because of misusing of the word bliss, they started using the word nothing. And Meister Eckhart also has used this word nothing to distinguish it from the common pleasures that we derive from things. Yeah. Yes, please.
Pranam Swami.
Pranam. Pranam.
So when the rope is burnt and the ashes remain, so one still gets because of the memories, the anxiety or whatever. So two questions. One is, how do we know that the rope is burnt? And second, how and when do the ashes also disappear?
Ah, wow. It is a very good question, very practical question. That how do we know that the rope is burnt, that the knowledge has risen, the knowledge has dawned? How do we know when this question will not remain? It is, this realization is so powerful that all doubts dissolve there. As Upanishad says that chidyante sarva samshayaha, all doubts are gone in that experience. So when you have this experience, how you will know that question will not arise? It is, you know that it is like this. It is, how do you know that you are? And there is no proof of that, Only you are sure that you are. So similarly, instead of that you will be sure that you are all this. You are the Brahman. That is how Shvetashvatar Upanishad describes it. That you are then all. Meister Eckhart also says that you are divine, and since God is all, you also are all that is. So you will see that your identification, these are now the relative symptoms or the signs that you have, the rope is burnt, that you will not feel attraction towards any of these worldly things, and yet you will be full of bliss. That is the answer Krishna gave at the end of the second chapter of Bhagavad Gita to Arjuna, that it is prajahati yada kaman sarvan partha manogatan atmanyevatmana tushta sthita prajnastadochyate, that this wisdom is established in you when you will be happy, blissful, without any subject-object contact. You will not need any particular thing to be happy. Happiness becomes your nature. Nothing needs to be added to you. Not that if your chosen, so-called chosen football team wins the Super Bowl, then you get happiness. That is not the happiness that is meant. That because that happiness doesn't depend on you. Those guys have to play good. Not only that, their opponents have to play bad. So it is absolutely not, not within your power. But the happiness that just is intrinsic to you without getting added anything, it doesn't depend on, you will not need somebody else to make your day. It is, you always will see that it is springing from within you. Nothing needs to be added to it. What do you add to sugar to make it sweet? It is a foolish question, isn't it? You add sugar to make other things sweet. Do you add something to sugar to make it sweet? No. So similarly, when that state happens, then the rope is burnt. And then when even those that ashes will go away, don't worry about it. Why should you worry about that, it is it will go away or it will not go away. As long as it doesn't bind you, that's it. So don't worry about that. That is my suggestion. Okay.
Swamiji,
Yes, please.
in some rare cases, like Ramakrishna,
Yeah.
Vivekananda, that sense of realization can come instantly in some cases. But most of us, we are striving. So spiritual practices
Yeah.
can help.
Of course. Yeah. Spiritual practices are basically meant for gradual reduction of our this addiction to the forms, addiction to the world, addiction to I and mine. To remove that, the spiritual practices are not only helpful, they are extremely necessary, without which that will not happen. That is what Sri Ramakrishna also demonstrated. And that yes, spiritual practices, he therefore went through spiritual practices so that people will understand the necessity and importance of that. That without spiritual practice, you can't progress, you can't get rid of the addiction. That is the practice, that is called yoga. Yoga is this practical side that, okay, now change your personality. You have to now conscientiously make attempt so that you get free from this addiction. When that is addiction is gone, the truth shines forth by its own nature. That's how it is. Yeah. Yes, please.
Swamiji, namaste. So, Swamiji, coming to this spiritual practices, once one gets hold of the conceptual aspects of all this, what happens is that one might think of, say, Ajatavada paradigm, then I am Brahman, everything is unreal. So that thought becomes more and more deeper. And another approach might be one focuses the mind most of the time on Thakur's lotus feet. And the third paradigm may be one thinks of the Divine Mother most of the time. So what happens to these three examples when they said the physical body. The subtle body finally goes to the ultimate reality, or there is a difference between these three practices.
The practices are different, but their end is the same. Therefore these practices are known, like the first practice that you mentioned is can be called Jnana Yoga, that think like Ajatavada. This has no reality at all. This was never there. This world was never created. That is the meaning of Ajata. Jata means created or born. This Ajata means it was never there. So see that it is never there. Try to feel that. Very difficult, as I mentioned, that we think rationally but act irrationally. Therefore, only this thinking will not help 99.99% people. Very rarely somebody will be helped by that, but that doesn't mean that you should not think like that. Think like that, but do not get just confined in that thinking. So the second thing that you told, that meditate on Sri Ramakrishna's lotus feet, that will make you feel that Sri Ramakrishna's connection with Sri Ramakrishna, who had achieved this experience, and so with that gradually you will achieve that experience. This can be thought of as Raja Yoga. Then you were mentioning about Holy Mothers. You can call it the yoga of devotion. So all these are necessary for in general a common person. As I mentioned, common means 99.99%. This practice of devotion is necessary. That is why Sri Ramakrishna used to discourage especially the householders from studying those books on non-dualism and such things. Direct non-dualism, like Ajatavada, because not only that they will not understand, they will misunderstand. That is the problem. And I have seen some cases that they were, because those readings, they are also addictive. The readings of non-duality, you read it, that this is, all this is just effervescence, this is not real. The person, instead of becoming spiritual, becomes insane. The two things are different. And I have seen people becoming insane because of this. That is why Sri Ramakrishna used to tell, no, don't go into all that. That is not for you. Not that it is not real, but not for you. Like if I do the weightlifting, for example. Okay, 10 feet, 10 pounds in one hand and 10 in another, I can lift easily. Sorry. So it is. But if you tell me lift 100 pounds in each hand, even the attempt may kill me. Suddenly try and I will get a heart attack. One of our devotees, young man, went to lift a bag of rice, 100-pound bag of rice, and then got, the she collapsed and had to be taken to emergency room. That is all. That it took him quite some time to recover. As the back got so damaged. So, uh, but if you gradually practice, say 10 pounds, you may be able to increase your strength, and then associated practices are important. That is why it is important that these truths are to be learned by those who have gone through the initial qualifying disciplines called these yama, niyama, and all this viveka, vairagya, and then only it is told in the beginning of these books themselves that you need to be a qualified aspirant. Otherwise, it becomes very confusing. Sometimes I had told that nice story, very illuminating story. Uh, a professor of, this electrical engineering, his little son was there, and there was a ceiling fan running. So the child, out of child's curiosity, asked, hey, Dad, how does this fan run? And that engineer dad thought, wow, my little son has interest in these things from this young age, child prodigy. And with all that elated, he started explaining to him how this is electric couple, magnetic couple, and all those technical words. Uh, and that is after 15 minutes of explanation. So ask the child. By that time, 2 minutes, the child was not listening at all. So it is. And then ask, so laddie, now you understand how does the fan move? Or how does the fan turn? And the child answered, yes, Dad, I understood. It is because of the breeze that the fan runs. So, and many those readers of such kind of text get this understanding. Without the uh, qualifications necessary, they have to be imbibed and then proceed. Otherwise, it creates more confusion than understanding. In the 12th chapter, because of this alluring aspect to this formless, all-pervading, non-dual reality, Arjuna wanted that God should say, Krishna should say that this is the superior way. And so he asked of these going for all these formless, non-dual worship of you, or you are worshipping through this form. What do you think you like more? And Krishna said that, well, those who practice this way of worshipping with this form, they are very, very at most dear to me. And about the others, what he says, oh, of course, they are already united with me. And then says, but for those who have identification with body, vyakta hi gatir dukkham dehavat piravapyate, that those of us who are identified with body, who experience I am this heap of flesh and blood, for them it is not easy at all to feel that state of formless divine presence. So, this is, therefore, that is true, and one should read it. But also one should read and practice the devotional disciplines, meditation, and the more important for most of us is the path of yoga of action, karma yoga. That work gradually transforms us, That is the uh, efficacy of work. Work becomes the means of liberation if properly used. So that is most efficacious and important for us. So this is a long answer to your short question. Sorry.
That is very good, Swami. One thing I notice is that sadhana chatushtaya is the precondition for non-dual, say, knowledge to gain. But it is something like a chicken and egg scenario because oftentimes most of us, or I, for example, might be up to 60-70% of those qualifications, but getting up to 90 plus is as good as becoming a saint, even if I think of sadhana chatushtaya only. So if I'm not becoming even 90 plus, but I'm getting trying, or the non-dual actually attracts me, then am I getting any benefit, or I'm just trying something which my precondition and qualification is not there?
See, you have presented it very nicely. I understand you are a brilliant person. It is that it is a chicken and egg issue. But the important matter is, so think as to how you will get that qualification. And the other disciplines that you yourself mentioned, they will gradually bring those qualifications to you. And thus, when you get that qualification, you become 90% saint and then 100% saint. Without those disciplines, therefore, see the great non-dual teachers like Shankaracharya mentions in Viveka Chudamani that how devotion is to be practiced. That moksha karana samagram bhakti reva gariyasi. What a beautiful statement, that in this process of getting liberation, what is the best means is devotion. As you practice devotion, see, those things are to be practiced, they are practical things. As you practice those, automatically what will happen is that you will start getting those qualifications, like the discernment, what is real and what is unreal, what is permanent, what is impermanent. And that is a matter of not just understanding, but matter of day to day, rather every moment practice. That is this permanent or impermanent? And make decision on the basis of that, that it is impermanent, so I should not go after it. You never get attached to things which are impermanent when you know them to be impermanent. Like I was given a seat in the plane, it is, I still remember, 20F. So I sat on that, said that, that's my seat. But for how long? About 2.5 hours or so. Then was I attached to that seat? Did I shed any tears? Oh my dear seat, it's so difficult to leave you. No, because I knew that it is impermanent. Why we get attached to body and all the bodily relations, my spouse, my child, my this and my that? Because although here we understand that it is impermanent, here we feel that it is permanent. So this practice gradually will loosen that hold. So these are matters for practice. It is, all this sadhana chatushtaya is not a matter of just understanding. One of our students in Providence, she, wonderful lady. So she used to say, Swami, whatever you are teaching makes complete sense here, but not here. And that is where the practice comes in. So that gradually what makes sense here will also make sense here. And that is how we get to this core non-duality. Like here some years ago I gave a retreat on Holy Mother, the greatest teacher of non-duality. That was the experience she has. The practical manifestation of non-duality was there in Holy Mother Sarda Devi's life. It is, so that is how one can actually imbibe non-duality in our experience. This, when you get 90% there, yes, 90%, and 10% more, that will come.
Thank you, Swami. So lunch is ready, and it will, if you've not been here before, it's straight through the door here to the monastery, and we will be coming back here at 2 o'clock for more of Swami's teachings.
2 o'clock.
2 o'clock, yes.
Yeah, more of Meister Eckhart's teachings.
Yes. Thank you, Swami.
Thank you, friends. Very good question answers. Lillian, all your members are very, very intelligent members.
So Swami, you came this morning? You came here this morning?
Because I started speaking in the morning,
I saw,
I have to come in the morning, isn't it?
because I saw your
cannot-
thing
Huh?
still in Rhode Island yesterday.
Yesterday I was in Rhode Island.
So I was like, how's Swami? 'Cause-
I took the flight in the morning.
So the Srimad Bhagavat.
Yeah.
That's recorded on Friday.
Yeah, that is every Friday.
So I was like, how does Swami already get here from there from last
Flights,
night?
you know. You have a non-stop flight from Providence to Atlanta. So,
So you must have got up very early to go to the airport and all?
yeah. I started at 4:30. So,
Swami?
yes, please.
We have 2 devotees here who drove in from Augusta, and they would like to come see you in Augusta tomorrow. Where are you speaking? Do you know?
Yeah, that Hindu temple there.
The Hindu temple, the
Yeah.
main Hindu temple, and it's
Yeah.
tomorrow night?
Huh?
Tomorrow night?
Tomorrow at 4:30.
Tomorrow at 4:30, okay, I will tell them.
4 o'clock, I think, 4, yeah, around that time.
Okay,
And yeah, because after that I have to come back here.
oh, you do, you back and forth?
Yeah, because my flight next day, it is possible to go directly from Augusta, but it may be cutting too fine, so
Right.
I was advised that better,
So you'll stay here tomorrow night?
yeah, tomorrow night also, you will have to bear with me.
Not at all, Swami.
What time is your flight, Swamiji?
Okay,
at 10 o'clock.
That's when I, oops.
So what is bowl, B-O-L?
So here's when I met you 5 years ago.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, it didn't seem that long ago, but it
Good.
seems fun.
You know, like in the song that you sing, Hari, 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 bowl.
Bol means say, Hari.
Ah,
Bol means
Sage?
sing or
I've heard that too.
say.
Sage?
Hari
Say.
bol.
To say.
Say
Say.
is bol.
say.
Say.
S-A-Y.
Oh. Alright, well, it's not.
That is the meaning of the word bowl. Yeah, that is what happened, when some brahmacharis from Chicago, they went to Belur Math on that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's birthday. They were there and they all heard everybody singing Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol. And they thought that it is everybody singing horrible, horrible. What is horrible? They could not figure out what's horrible going on.
That's funny.
Ah. One of them described that they all were wondering what is horrible, while they are all screaming at the top of the voice.
All the people that want to be monastics run away, you know?
That's true. Ah, get away from these terrible Swamis.
What? Amazing.
Swami, before I leave, I want to ask you a question. Can you hear me?
Okay, you are going to leave now?
Yeah, I wanted to ask a question.
Ah, okay, yeah. You can ask the question, yeah, sure. Come on.
So, I wanted to ask, like, after you realize God, there's like an
Speak loudly,
Okay. After you realize God, like, how do you reintegrate in the world? Because after that experience, you kind of feel like you're acting and you're not being.
Yeah, you will be, then just as an actor you will be there. Yeah, like an actor, if at all you survive. It is normally, rarely somebody would survive that God realization. They will have it and then the body will disintegrate. They will not be able to continue living in the same way.
So most people die.
Huh?
Most people leave their bodies after that and
Yeah.
then merge into.
Exactly, you are very correct, yeah. Wow.
Okay, so like, what do you do when you survive afterwards?
After you serve, you just do good to people around you, bring the same message to them.
Okay, so like after you get that, there's no reason to like join a monastery.
You don't need to join the monastery, you already have fulfilled the purpose of joining the monastery. But you can join and teach people. You can become an example to others, from whom people can learn. Very good, dear. What's your name?
Nadia.
Nadia. N-A-R, like that?
Nadia.
Oh, Nadia.
Yes.
Oh, Nadia. Yeah. Very good, Nadia. You are a very brilliant girl.
Thank
God
you.
bless you.
God bless you too.
Thank you, Swami. So we're back, and if I could just remind everybody to put their phones on silent or turn them off, and we'll continue teachings until 4 o'clock. And a bit of housekeeping, if you look in the porch of the main house, there are tons of books and tapes and CDs. All of those are free for anybody who wants them. But as of April 1st, if nothing's been taken, it is all going to be disposed of properly somewhere. But we're clearing out the center, and a lot of these things need to be cleared out. So please, I'll take a look before you leave today. All right. Thank you, Swami.
So let us begin with the prayer. Om Sahana Vavatu Sahanau Bhunaktu Sahaviryam Karavavahai Tejasvinavadhitamastu Ma Vidvishavahai. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. May the divine being may the divine being may we have the strength and skill
Unite together the arts of spirituality. May no misunderstandings arise amongst us.
Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om peace, 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 peace to all. This is a very interesting age-old prayer that is recited before learning. There are many such prayers, but this is a very common one.
Swami, you can chant the word it is.
Yeah. It is the prayer is age-old prayer, as I mentioned. But the way he divided it into leader and response, yeah, very nice. So it is that why it is important is it gives us an inkling of non-duality. It is saha, that is the common word in all these, that togetherness. Sahanavavatu, sahanau bhunaktu, sahaviryam karvavahai. So it is togetherness, which is a precursor of oneness. It is, let us feel, instead of I, it is the I being looked after, no, say we, together be looked after. It is, let us work together. Togetherness is very important to feel. When we all students are here, we should study in a way that it is for the common good of everybody. And therefore the last sentence is there should be no sense of competition or hatred, no jealousy, no hatred amongst us. And there is a reason for both ways not having hatred. First obvious thing is that if the hatred is there, then we will be incapable of learning this truth of non-duality. Second thing is that there is this is the God is the common reality of all. So all can experience. It is therefore in the world for other things there is competition. There is one position of teacher open at the school, 10 people apply, then there is competition. Who gets it? One amongst 10 will get. Everything in the world has competition. There is a lottery, so many millions, they buy the ticket, and maybe one or two, whatever they win. So, but in this, there is no need for competition. That if Kaveri realizes God doesn't mean I am going to be deprived of that. Oh, after all, she got the God, so how can others get it? No, everybody can get it. So therefore, no need to be jealous about somebody. That fellow got, you also get it. It is not that because somebody got it, now I cannot get it. Oh, I was angling for that position in that particular workplace, but they took somebody else. Ah, that fellow must have paid bribe, and then you can, uh, that is the matter of hatred. So it is, but in this, what everybody can get God realization, so no need for hatred, no need for competition. Each of us has that divine oneness in us. Just simple thing, go beyond this state where we are identified with form. It is being identified with form is the cause of bondage. And we are like babies, spiritually speaking. Like I like that story. Animal crackers, animal crackers. What do you eat? Animal crackers? Never.
They're just cookies.
Yeah, cookies, but they have the shapes of different animals. So one gets the name crocodile because the shape is crocodile. Another gets the name of giraffe. The shape is giraffe. Another has the name, say, a lion because of the shape of lion. It is, but they think the substance is same. That is how that same divine shaped in a way gets called Yogatmananda. In another shape, that very God gets called Balakrishna or Uma or whatever. What's your name?
Bhagwan Das.
Bhagwan Das. And in another shape gets called Bhagwan Das. So it is all, another shape gets called Lorry and so forth. So it is, therefore that you have to just go beyond shape. The babies, they cry, oh, Mom, I want to eat crocodile. And then if that baby is given by mother, oh, didn't find crocodile, oh, take giraffe, same thing. The baby will throw it. No, I asked for crocodile, I want crocodile. But when that baby grows just enough to go to kindergarten, then that baby realizes, knows that it is all same. It doesn't make any difference. So when we rise to, give up spiritual babyhood and rise to spiritual kindergarten, we know that these are just forms. This substance is the same. We start experiencing this. But to grow from babyhood to kindergarten, there is, struggle. It is. So you have to give up the babyhood. If you are too addicted to babyhood, then you don't get to grow. So it is therefore very important. It may take long, like, from babyhood to say childhood, 4 or 5 years. But from spiritual babyhood to spiritual childhood may take many births also. It is so, therefore, it is, but that is what is to be done. And as we become spiritually a little grown up, we see that stupidity of clinging to form, uh, thinking that I am born, I am going to die. What is there? The substance never dies, it is only the form that changes, that's all. So we go beyond form, and thus we can see the truth. Anybody can see. That is not a monopoly here. That is one thing that becomes very different from the mystic Christianity to the institutionalized Christianity. In institutionalized Christianity, that you have to just believe. You are not going to get that experience of God. It is only Jesus had it, and now you have to just believe it. That's all. It is. But no, each of us can get that same experience. Because everybody is actually divine. Why shall I not get it? Is there any reason that I will not get it? Just I have to give up the obstacles in there. I have to just give up wrong notion. Tomorrow we are going to speak about renunciation. Renunciation of what? Renunciation, as our Swami Ranganathananji used to say, that renunciation of our dumbness. And dumbness. And do you like to hold on to dumbness? My dear, I want to be dumb. Yeah, give up that dumbness. Isn't it dumbness to think that this is all real? It is dumbness. So we have to give up that dumbness. And then we are there. Isn't it, Lottie, very simple? She doesn't say yes or no. It is very simple. Same, again, another quote of revered Ranganathananda. This is not that he says in any particular book that I read, but I heard him saying many times that the problems are complex, but their solutions are simple when found. There should be a slight pause between their solutions are simple when found. That is how it is, that the solutions are simple. The reading glasses, that fellow just pushed it on the forehead and was searching here, there, everywhere, called this, hey, I had come to your place, did I drop there, where did it go? And then got tired, what happened? And then tried to wipe the sweat off the forehead. And there it was. So found it. Now the solution was what? Simple, isn't it? The glasses never really left him. They were right there. But how complex it is, could not find for hours. The fellow was struggling for that. So when found, it is simple. Till then, we have to go through all these sufferings. Oh, I cannot meditate. Oh, the mind is not cooperating. The mind runs everywhere, hither, thither. All that we have to go through. It is, we have to go through all that. And then gradually we, as a process means time, and then you are growing through that, and you become enough grown to come to spiritual kindergarten. And oh wow, yeah, it sounds true. What the sages were saying, I didn't believe it initially, but it seems to be true. So one starts seeing the truth. So it is uh, here in time, I am reading, quoting from the first sermon, and it is the traditional, even now, at most Christian churches, the sermons begin with uh, a quote from the holy text. So the holy text here is from Wisdom. In Bible there is this chapter Wisdom 18:14. So here the uh, here in time we are celebrating the eternal birth which God the Father bore and bears unceasingly in eternity, because this same birth is now born in time in human nature. So, the birth of Christ is happening eternally. It has to happen in our life. Then it happens for us. Otherwise, it is happen. Jesus was born somewhere in Nazareth or whatever. What does it have to do with Yogatmananda? So many people get born in Nazareth. What does it matter to me that Jesus has to be born here? That is, and then whenever that is born, that is true. I am reminded, one Buddhist monk from our area. He is no more in that monastery, but he used to be there in Rhode Island, and I invited him to speak on the birthday of Buddha. And I requested him, you give me the topic so that we can put it in our flyer. So he said, birthday of Buddha. No, I am asking the topic, same topic, birthday of Buddha. So it is, and then he started saying that, look, that he narrated that story, very inspiring story from Buddha's life, that he was Siddhartha, prince, and then saw many things, then meditated upon that all those experiences, and then after that meditation, he got the knowledge, he became Buddha. That is the birthday of Buddha. So whenever one gets that knowledge, the Buddha is born there. Yeah, isn't it, Balakrishna? You get that knowledge, a Buddha is born. It is, yeah. Why are you laughing? You don't believe that? Okay, yeah. So it is, the Buddha is born then and there. So this is the eternal birth of God. God assuming that kind of. St. Augustine says, what does it avail me that this birth is always happening if it does not happen in me? That is to see that is that must happen in me. It is, see, that sentence gets very much harped to bring a cleavage between Jesus and we. That he is the only Son of God born. He was the only Son of God. And what are we? Are we not children of God? There is a nice humorous story, that a child asked mom, that how have we come, where from we came? She said, oh, we came from God. Oh, is it so? The other day, that dad was telling me that we came from monkeys. Now mother was, she was what to say. She said, oh, he was telling only of his side of family. Humor apart, but that it is, we all are from God. It is. It is so. It is. This is the birth has to happen in us. Jesus be born. If somewhere, then are we also not children of God? We also are children of God. Why then Jesus alone is called the only Son of God? There is a reason behind it, that he is, if not alone, amongst very, very few, one amongst very few, who knows that God is my Father. I am one with God. He never refers to that carpenter Joseph or Mary as my parents. Father, thou art in heaven. That is, therefore, because of that knowledge, Jesus is the only Son of God. But if Uma gets that understanding, then Uma is also the Son of God. A son, daughter, those gender differences don't matter there, Just has to know that, yeah, it is, but we cling to our physicality. Is my mother, this is my father, this is my this is my this. And therefore, we cannot see the truth. We read about it, but it doesn't penetrate much because lot of resistance is there. It is so things that does not penetrate. It is the that the pump with which you may put air in the tire. Now it so the we were pushing, but the level was not rising. What happened? Then it was realized that the pressure that was being generated by that pump was too low. Rather, the pressure of the tire that was more than that. So it was not going in. So that is how there is so much resistance in us that the knowledge is not penetrating into our thick external skull. It just gets repelled right there. So, but that is where we are helped by these sermons. That should happen in me is what matters. That is St. Augustine's quote from St. Augustine. We shall therefore speak of this birth, of how it may take place in us and be consummated in the virtuous soul whenever God the Father speaks His eternal word in the perfect soul. So, for what I say here is to be understood of the good and perfected man who has walked and is still walking in the ways of God. That is something that we have to acquire. That is where the spiritual practice or sadhana is needed. That to learn to obey the command for very often. It is the actual living is very important, therefore. How one gives lectures, how one has written nice books, all that is very, very secondary. The thing is that how one is practicing those things. You must have read that great sentence of Saint Francis of Assisi, that it is worthwhile to walk to give a sermon if your walking itself is a sermon. It is, yeah, then only it makes sense. Otherwise, it doesn't make any sense. That it is one. Let me narrate one incident in the center that I was for quite some time. There used to be a great Swami, Brahmagyani Swami, who was the founder of that center. And he was disciple of Mahapurush Maharaj Swami Shivananda, a direct disciple of Sri Ramakrishna. So, while he was a great scholar,
I missed his name. Earlier. Shivananda.
Shivananda's disciple he was, yeah.
What's his
So,
name?
it is, yeah, otherwise people just hang on to the name, this, that, so it is, yeah. So, he was a great scholar of philosophy and especially Vedanta, and used to study Shankaracharya, Gaudapadacharya, and all very so, and of course was a great follower of Sri Ramakrishna Vivekananda. So he was finding it a bit difficult to understand some passage of Shankaracharya's one commentary. So he wrote to his Guru, Swami Shivananda, that this passage I am not able to follow properly. And then what his Guru did, he did not explain him any passage, that meaning of that passage. He knew that this man is already, quite well versed. So what he needs is how to open that gate. So he said, look, Shankaracharya's writings are the expressions of his realization, his life. Shankaracharya's life is expressed in those writings. So you look at his life and then you will understand the meaning of what he is saying. And that Swami did it, and he understood what is meant by that. Because this is how these teachings, they are expressions of the living awareness of these great sages. So that is there is a saying of the wise man, when all things lay in the midst of silence, then there descended down into me from on high, from the royal throne, a secret word. When everything was silent, then only we get to hear that word. Silent means what? Our mind and the sense organs and all, they create so much noise that we are not capable of hearing the word of the sages. Imagine, how much noise is going on inside. Again, I am reminded of an incident. I was a novice in monastic life, And in our center in Nagpur, just near the meditation hall, a very busy thoroughfare would be going with big noisy trucks plying all the time, and even in the early mornings. So, and you sit for meditation early morning, truck goes. Another truck goes. So I said to another fellow brahmachari that, hey, see, how can we meditate, all these trucks going on? And what he said opened my eyes, you know. He said that noise is nothing compared to the noise that is inside, you see. Yeah, that noise is far more disturbing. So it is. That is why even if you go in a cave in Himalayas, that won't help. Because you are carrying that noise with you, you know. So what can be done? It is like that. So this is when these things become calmed down, and then that is where the what he was alluding to, that sadhana chatushta, you know, that those practices, the mind gets calmed down, the noise gets reduced, and then we understand what the sages are trying to tell. So there are to be noted here, the first is where the soul, uh, God the Father speaks His word, where this birth takes place, and where she is receptive of the act, for that can only be in the very purest, loftiest, subtlest part of the soul, and that is capable of it. In very truth, if God the Father in His omnipresence could endow the soul with anything more noble, and if the soul could have received from Him anything nobler, then the Father would have had to delay the birth for the coming of this greater excellence. It is, yeah, if this, you don't, sow the seed unless the soil is prepared. If the soil is not prepared, then you withhold that sowing the seed, it will otherwise go waste. So, therefore, therefore, the soul in which this birth is to take place must keep absolutely pure and must live in noble fashion, quite collected and turned entirely inward, not running out through the five senses into the multiplicity of creatures, but all interned and collected in the purest part. There is his place. You remember Sri Ramakrishna saying that, God will come in one's heart when it is cleansed of all the desires. If not, God will not come there if it is all dirty and stinking place. Why will God come there? It is therefore important, that the mind should be cleaned. The desires, that is what makes our mind impure, stinking. That desire makes us all so topsy-turvy. I must get it. And then the thoughts become more and more agitated. And you feel, okay, if I get it, then the agitation will stop just momentarily, because that what you got is doesn't satisfy you. That is how the experience is. Oh, this is not I really wanted. Till you get it, you feel that you really want it. After you get it, you get this. I was looking for really something different, and I got this. So their looking therefore continues with more agitation, never ending. So therefore one must change this pattern. It is that we have to take up those matters, begin at the beginning. Hmm. Means uh, whenever you see that it is to be stopped, begin the efforts. It is, no, I had been doing it for a long time. Now how can I stop it? And then that is not the right attitude. I had been making my room dirty and filthy for a long time. Does it mean that I should keep on doing it? No, when you see that it is dirty, somebody asked me that, but how can we purify it? The very fact that you see that it is dirty means you have the non-dirty idea of something that is non-dirty, in comparison with which you are able to say that this is dirty. So you already have an idea of what is pure, and to see that this is impure. So thus you know what is pure, and you can go in that direction. So that is how you can purify the mind. It is a bit difficult because it is not just very physical. Physical things we are aware of. Oh, here this trash has fallen, lift it, put it in the trash can. That is physical. But in the mind it becomes rather tough, isn't it? That this is the desire, I have to take it out. Oh, I don't know how to plug it out though. So it is certainly a difficult task. So therefore one has to do it. Difficult means what? I want you to analyze this word difficult. Difficult means uh, more effort is needed, and that is called difficult. It requires more effort, that is the meaning of difficult. Impossible means that even if you put lot of effort, it is not going to happen. Like if Lorry wants to learn 10 miles, well, it is possible, a bit difficult running 10 miles. Yeah, but it is difficult but possible. But let me run and catch horizon. Is it easy or difficult? Huh? Impossible. It is neither easy nor difficult. Yeah, so just to let you know that difference between difficult and impossible. It is difficult to feel the divine and thus make the life happy or blissful, whatever you say. But to get happiness in this world is neither easy nor difficult, it is impossible. Getting happiness in this life is neither difficult nor easy, it is impossible. So, let us be practical. What will you choose? Difficult or impossible? And difficult, no-brainer, simple answer. Instead of impossible, I would choose that is difficult. You will never say that, oh, this water, is rather, turbid, and to purify it will be difficult. Let me drink the water of mirage.
Yes.
What? it is foolishness, it is impossible. So that is how we are impractical people, that it is, we say we want to be practical, But we do exactly opposite. Oh, this water and it is very little here, I want more. And that there that it is more water appears there, mirage. I run for that. So it is, I am running after impossibility against just that something that is difficult. So we have to change that pattern. That is becoming practical. So note in the first place that in what I am about to say, I shall make use of natural proofs so that you yourself can grasp that it is so. For though I put more faith in the scriptures than in myself, yet it is easier and better for you to learn by means of arguments that can be verified. Very important way of teaching. Because scripture is very good. Yeah, he is feeling more sleepy here, difficult. No, that's okay, you can sleep. He had a big lunch, and then yes, our Sundar also was not probably. Were you sleeping?
No,
No.
I was over there.
Oh, okay, yeah. And what did you do to Niranjana? Huh?
I didn't know anything.
You didn't do anything because I don't see her.
No, she's also over there.
Oh, okay.
Listening to the classroom there.
So, because after that heavy lunch and all that, people were telling me, you eat all this. See, you are all allowed to sleep in the class. I cannot, it is difficult to sleep while talking, so it is, but you can enjoy sleep, Yeah. The only condition I put is that, while you have the right to sleep, don't snore. Because that will disturb the sleep of somebody sitting by your side. So it is. It is. So this is that the methods, the teaching has to be done from what a student already accepts and understands to where that student doesn't understand. If what the student already knows, only that is being told, then there is no teaching happening. And if the teacher is telling only that with which student cannot connect at all, then that also is useless. So from what the student already understands, knows, from there has to be taken to what he wants to know. The student wants to know something, and from what the student knows, the teacher has to skillfully take that student what is the student looking to know. So therefore start, and we say, okay, let us know from the scripture. We say we believe, we don't believe in scriptures, and let us confess that we say we believe but we don't believe. It is not easy to believe, it is, you may say that I want to believe, but we don't believe. Otherwise our life would have been changed had we been accepting scriptures. We don't, but we respect them. What we can say is that we do respect the scriptures. But what do we have faith in? Our day-to-day experience and the day-to-day logic. So therefore Master Eckhart said that I am going to give you only the natural arguments. That it is. Some time back I was giving a lecture in India in a medical school, that the topic was kind of related, body, mind, soul. So I told at the outset that I am not going to speak about God or religion or any such thing. I am going to uh, present my talk in only the scientifically acceptable paradigm, nothing beyond that. And then that is a good way of, uh, because it is an institution, an organization given to this kind of science, and I don't have any problem to come to that truth using the same and natural arguments. So, and Master Eckhart, he says, although it is I put more faith in scriptures than in myself, yet it is easier and better for you to learn by means of arguments that can be verified by you. So that you really have that faith, that confidence. Oh, pray, our Father who is in heaven, who has seen heaven, and so where is the Father in heaven? Does he have a 3-story house or 2-story house? Or is he living just in a studio? Who knows? Where is that heaven? We don't know anything. Heaven, that funny story that makes rounds, that one couple, they were very health conscious, and so always ate all that health food and did that morning evening walk, some exercise. Both were elderly, so avoid too many carbs and too much oil, and eat just flax seeds and all that stuff. So, so both died, and then since they were kind of good people, both went to heaven. And then, okay, welcome, welcome in heaven. Okay, which house you want to live in? All these palatial houses were there. And then the wife said, well, we may not be able to afford that kind of housing. And the one guide said, oh, this is heaven, no question of affordability. You don't have to pay anything. Oh, is it so? Okay. So they chose one very nice looking, beautiful house. Then, see, there is that cafeteria there. You can eat whatever you want. So it is so, but these are all nice pastries and nice drinks and all that. And we don't eat all these carbs, and it is because our health we have to slow. The guide again said, this is heaven. You eat all that you want. Will have no bad effect on your this thing. No health problems will arise. This is heaven. Then they came out, okay, there is that all the other entertainment places. This is a nice theater. How much ticket? And no, it is free. This is heaven. Okay. And then there are this golf courses. Oh, very good. Must have, big membership fees must. No, it is all free. And now the husband could not restrain himself. He looked angrily at his wife. But for your that insistence on health, food and exercise and all that, we would have ended up here 20 years before. So, it is, yeah, so it is. So, Father in heaven means we think of some such nice place, no. It is, we don't understand anything that, so we believe, we just do the lip service. Yes, we are believers, that's all. But our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, what does it mean, what is your name? You are without beyond all names, and yet hallowed be thy name means which name? All those questions come. Believing is not so simple, friends. It is just believe and all your sins would be pardoned. But is believing so simple? So, Master Eckhart, the great teacher that he was, he said, I will give you just the natural verifiable reason. That is the test of science. The science means whatever is discovered has to be verifiable and also falsifiable. It is if that is the main criteria for science. Some truth, if it is scientific, then there should be the way to that you can verify, and also there should be the specified there how, in what way it can be falsified. So it is uh, in this natural words, in the midst of silence, spoken within me the secret word. But, sir, where is the silence and where is the place where the word is spoken? As I said just now, it is in the purest thing that the soul is capable of, in the noblest part, the ground. Indeed, in the very essence of the soul, which is soul's most secret part. There is the silent middle, for no creature ever entered there and no image, nor has the soul either activity or understanding. Therefore, she is not aware there of any image, whether of herself or any other creature. Whatever the soul effects, she effects with her powers. What she understands with the intellect. What she remembers, she does with memory. If she would love, she does that with the will. And thus she works with her powers and not with her essence. Now this is something that we can verify. That when we do these things, what do we employ? We employ the faculties. Our faculties like intellect, mind, body, sense organs, they are at work. I am not at work. I am not working. The body, mind, they are working. Where did I work? I did not work at all. It is so. If you see that is, he is trying to bring us the awareness of the core of your being. That does not change. That is there. It doesn't get involved in anything. The eyes, and of course connected with the mind and so forth, they do the work of seeing. There are the organs of, uh, sensory organs and the motor organs. So they come into action, uh, guided by the mind, acting through the brain. So it is all external. It is a machine that is acting. The mind, body, it is like machine, It is like a computer. You can say body is the hardware, mind is the software. You understand, these days everybody uses these words, hardware and software. So that makes it very easy for me to explain these things. In that high school I was talking to, they asked me, hey Swami, we hear about reincarnation. What is it? You all have your smartphone, isn't it? Yeah, we have our smartphone. Now, the smartphones goes bad every 4 or 5 years, if not less. It refuses to get charged. Then all the new apps, they are not getting downloaded. The many problems start cropping up there. It tells, well, the space is full and so forth. So now what do? You discard that hardware, that phone, and get a new one. Then I asked those students, when you get a new phone, then do you lose all the files, all the nice photographs that you have, and all the contacts that you have? No, no. We transfer it from this phone onto that phone. That is reincarnation. This hardware gets changed, but all that you have been doing for so long, that doesn't go away anywhere. That gets transferred to the new body, new brain, and according to the new body, it will start functioning. What, Laurie, you are not getting it? Huh? She was sleeping, I think. It is so simple. Now, if say I had earlier, say, an Apple phone, now I transferred it to, say, an Android. Now it will function according to the mode in which Android works. Therefore the file will undergo that transformation to make it suitable. So exactly like that, when it is loaded to a new body, according to the capabilities of the new body, it will start functioning. So exactly like that, that this is what I mean here. The idea is, these are all external things, hardware and software. They are working. Am I working? I'm not working. That is the place where everything is silent. The God speaks the word there. So it is, therefore, she works with her powers and not with her essence. The soul is feminine in English, so it is, she works with her powers, but not with her essence. Powers means all these mechanical things, the body and the mind, hardware and the software, and then it is every external act is linked with some means. The power of sight works only through the eyes. Otherwise, it can neither employ nor bestow vision. And so, with it, with all the other senses, they have their capabilities, each organ. It is therefore, howsoever nice, the music is going on, if the person is dead deaf, then will not have any meaning, so it is, the food was very tasty, but you cannot put it in your eyes, yeah, the eyes don't have any skill in that taking the food in. So all these things have their capabilities. Once when I gave my first lecture long ago, about 48 years ago, 47 years ago, and then they were telling all my colleagues and others, devotees, oh, so, yes, you spoke very nicely, it was a very nice lecture. One Swami immediately brought me down, dum. Oh yes, I saw that gentleman was listening very attentively, and everybody laughed. Why? Because that gentleman was total deaf. so, so therefore, what could he be listening to? So it is like that.
Our Adishwaranandji told a nice story that one priest gave his first sermon and his mother came to listen to it. And then he, how mom, how was it? Mom said, oh, you spoke well. Only thing is that you didn't really speak, you read. Moreover, this problem was that you didn't read it well. And then the third bombshell came, and what you read was not really worth reading. So, but you spoke well. What does it mean? So it is like that. That these all organs, they have their individual field of operation. That's all. That it is. The soul's every external act is affected by some means, but in the soul's essence, there is no activity. So, what is there then? Silence. There is no disturbance there. Do you get the point? And this has been derived by just a common rationality, common logic, that yes, the eyes see, if eyes are closed, no vision will come. So these are the instruments meant for certain actions and connected to the neural network and mind. So this is an apparatus external. That is very important. It is nothing that is I. It is external to me. It can be changed. They can change in the, it is not still technologically available, but being an instrument, things can be changed. You can change, say, the eyes, and then have the vision. New eyes are put there, and thus you can have vision. It is somebody told me, in some years the conventional idea of death will vanish, because everything is replaceable. So you will like the plug and play devices. So if the heart is gone bad, plug it out, put another one. Different heart. So heart disease will not kill anybody because the heart gone bad. Okay, put another one. Kidney is gone bad. Okay, new ones can be put. Brain not functioning, okay, take out another one, brain can be put in, and so forth. Yeah. What is wrong? In computers we do that CPU, okay, not working, buy another CPU, put it there. The memory is not has gone bad, okay, get new one and replace that. All that can be done. It is the hard disk is bad, got fused, so okay, get another one and put it there.
Artificial intelligence.
Yeah, it is. This is a nice word, but Vedantists know. Artificial intelligence, every intelligence in this act of, knowing, intellection is artificial. There is, it is external. So in that sense, it is all artificial. It is not the essence of your being. So, yet in that ground is the silent middle. Here nothing but rest and celebration for this birth, this act that God the Father may speak His word there. For this part is by nature receptive. This is how the word gets communicated. And there you see this non-duality, that I am divine. So it is that it is, then there is an image. It is as this process comes, the word image here only means you get a sense of it. That image being something that the soul makes of external objects with her own powers. Whether it is a stone, a horse, a man, or anything else that she wants to know, she gets out of the image of it that she has already taken in and thus enabled to unite herself with it. This is so. The point is that the soul, uh, although independent of the machinery of body, organs, mind, and so forth, the body, organs, those things are not independent. They work as per the dictates of the soul. And while they are working, there is no effect that happens on the soul. It is always silent. And there is a story that Sri Ramakrishna used to tell, that there is, that story of that gopis. They were all cowherd women, and then would have to go crossing the river to sell their produce, that the milk and the yogurt and the butter, where things are cultivated, there they are not sold, whom to sell. So it is, you have to carry it therefore to other place. So they would be waiting. That day the river was very flooded, and so no boat was coming. So they were wondering how to now cross to take all the milk products there, and those things are very perishable. So if they are not taken now, they will all be waste. So they were worried what to do. And this sage Vyasa, he has a penchant of just coming anywhere in the world, just when such thing is there going on. So Vyasa somehow appears there, and they requested that sage, you please show us some way of crossing it. Vyasa said, but I am very hungry right now. Give me something to eat. So they gave some, whatever they had from that they gave. Take this yogurt, take this butter, and and so forth. So he consumed all that, and then announced there on the bank of that flooded river, "Oh, river Yamuna, if I have not eaten anything, please part and let these gopis go." Gopi said, how can it be true? He ate so much right now. He should have said like this, "Oh, my mother Yamuna river, if I have eaten full stomach, then part the ways." And they were wondered that the Yamuna just immediately parted and gave this way. How it happened? Because Vyasa did not identify with body. So the body has got all like this bag, stomach is a bag. So in that bag some stuff is put in. I didn't eat anything. So naivam kinchit karomi iti yukto manyeta tattvavid, that is from Bhagavad Gita. That I don't do it, it is the body that is doing it, that's all. And so now we cannot do and say like that and say Yogatmananda goes and does nothing, it will not happen. Because the fellow is identified with body. So, say I ate, my awareness will be I ate, not only body ate. See, when you put gas in the car, huh? Do you put Balakrishna gas in the car? Yeah, so when you put gas in the car, do you think that you drank the gas? You didn't, it is the car, that was fed with it. So this is also a car. Hmm. Body is like the car. Hmm. What, do you agree? Hmm? Body is the car, isn't it? Like a car. Yeah. And that is why people sometimes do not, as if their body is here, but they are not here. Ah, because like your car may be parked there, but you are not in the car, isn't it? The car is there. So what happens is this car sits here in the seat, and you go out to roam here and there. So it is. So when you are clear that I am not that, then it becomes very different. So, and you must, and here comes the non-dualist understanding. And you must know too that inwardly the soul is free and void of all means and all images, which is why God can freely unite with her without form or likeness. In that uh, state, you are united with God. God can unite with you there. But if we are identified with body, now with what can it be united? So this is an important idea here, that how does God the Father give birth to His Son in the soul like creatures in images and likeness? No, by my faith, but just as He gives birth to Him in eternity, no more, no less. So, just as the Father gave birth to this Son, the Jesus, it is in eternity. And it is always this process, is birthing process, and the son is getting born. As soon as the soul is pure, the son gets born there. So, now see, God the Father has a perfect insight into Himself, profound, and through knowledge of Himself by Himself, and not through any image. See, we are all aware of I am, isn't it? I am. Nobody becomes aware of I am not. I am. It is, I am. So, but have you seen yourself? Nobody can see oneself. How can you see oneself? The eyes are seeing the external objects. Eyes can see the body, but eyes cannot see the I, the capital I. This I cannot see that I. So it is, this I can never be heard. External sounds get heard, but I cannot be heard through no sense objects, no sense organs can we know about this I. But what we are more convinced of than one's own existence, we are so convinced that I am, even if I give 100 arguments, that, oh Pendarkarji, you are not. He will just laugh, and stop blabbering like this. It is, I am, I know by very intuitive, direct experience that I am. I like to tell that child's story lost in the carnival. And then, because parents went in one direction, the boy got enchanted by something and then started crying, not able to see the parents. And one gentleman, kind hearted, started patting the child, said, "Oh, my child, are you lost?" Child wipes the eyes and says, "I am right here, they are lost." How can I, nobody's eye ever gets lost. The other that gets lost, you see. Do you agree?
Yes.
Yeah. I am never gone, never lost. The other things can be lost. And yet we don't see the eye, we don't hear the eye, we do not taste the eye, whether it is sweet or sour or bitter, we do not smell the eye, we do not touch the eye. And yet we are so sure that I am. So now this is the core place where you and God become one. The son is born. It is I and my father are one. There, yeah. So yeah, this is the process that Christ said that whoever will not deny himself and will not leave his father and mother and is not estranged from all these is not worthy of me. So you have to cut asunder all these physicalities. This is physical, that I am this body, then somebody is my parent, somebody is my sibling, and somebody is my so and so. It all hinges on this awareness, erroneous awareness that I am this body. And so, if you are thinking, if you are feeling that I am the body, and then that how can that you be worthy of getting the divine awareness in you? You cannot be then the Son of God. And you are then, so the birth of God, it will not take place in you unless and until one gets, severed from this ignorance that I am body. Isn't it ignorance, first of all? Is it not true? I am not the body. Is it true or not true?
It is true.
Huh?
It is true.
Yes, all of you, if you feel that you are not the body, say, yes, I am not the body. Come on. Huh?
I'm not the body.
I am not the body. What this young lady there, what? Are you body? No, say loudly. No, I am not the body. Huh? What? Are you? Huh? No, I am not the body. This is something that you can see just by natural reasoning, no scriptures are needed for that. You don't need to, have memorized Upanishads. This is just simple reasoning that you are not the body. So just accept this and accept its corollaries. When you accept this, and then the corollaries, that so I am not born, isn't it? The body is born, there is no birth or death like that for me. I am not born, I have no death, I have no gender. All these things are automatic, See how much free you become immediately. Otherwise, how much we are burdened. Oh, I am getting old. A burden, Oh, I am having this sickness. Oh, terrible. And then, yeah, you have all these then complaints and resentments and all this. That, but when you know you are not body, is all you are free. Simple means to become free. What is complicated about this? Is there anything? Is there anything complicated? Yes.
Within this wall, I can believe that.
Huh?
Within this wall, I am believing that. The moment I leave this wall, then I forget that.
Means that is the question is that how I can keep it in memory all the time and how can I act on that all the time. Yeah, that will come with practice. What do you do when you go, say, in a grocery store? You take a cart, buy all these things, put everything in the cart, bring it to the register, cash that, pay for it, and then leave the cart and everything there and go home. You carry all that with you and use it, isn't it? So whatever we get in this here, see, you are paying for it. You spend so much time, you spend so much attention, you came, driving, took so much trouble. All this is, you have invested this, you have paid for this. Now, don't drop it here, carry it with you. Does it make sense? Yeah, and thus, you will use it all the time. That yes, I am not the body. Yes, please.
Oh, one of the techniques, Swami, that I personally have experienced and it has become very useful to me in my life is replacing the vocabulary of me with the, mine with thou, pretty much.
Yeah, that is good. If it.
Can apply that in every aspect of my life, even.
Yeah. It is very useful, but it should not be just lip service. The point is that it is. Yeah, it becomes again otherwise another ritual. And people may get misled. Why? When I went there, he says that thou went there. So therefore, it should be the inner awareness should be like that. It does help. Yeah, very good. Yeah. So it is. So we have to learn to see that these my earthly, this whom I call father, mother, and so forth, they are only temporary connections. They are not really anything to me. If I am not the body, then none of that has any bearing on me. Because it is only when I am body, then that is my mother, that is my father, that is my child, and so forth. I am not body, none of that has anything to do with me. It is like in a stage show. You act somebody, then somebody is my spouse in that play. Somebody is my child, somebody is my this and that, somebody is my enemy, somebody is my friend. Up to that play is going on, it's like that. After that, there is no connection. It is something like that. That, yes, yes.
Swamiji, few minutes back when you were explaining the significance of silence as per
Yeah.
the readings, I could not get it fully. And is that silence in a way the same silence that in Advaita Vedanta we kind, at least I haven't understood that also, but I have heard that after deeper meditation, the next is Om, and in that ultimately it is only silence. Is that the same silence?
It is, could be, but that is told is again a matter of practice of transcendence. It is, and the Om again is a symbol there. One has to get the meaning of that symbol. And here what is meant is that they look at this deepest core where no activity takes place. And he showed where the activity takes place, there is the disturbance, there is no silence there. That there it is basically full of disturbance, and that which does not participate in any of these things, that is the place of silence. That is where we have to come to. That is the idea that is, instead of using some complicated terminology, it is this machinery that is always in disturbance. Now ask this question, are you this machinery? I am not. Then there, when you can separate yourself from this machinery, it is all silence. There is no disturbance there. And then that knowledge of the truth becomes available there. You become then the divine there. So, now here it is, very difficult for the Christians. I mean the organized Christianity will find it a bit difficult to digest this statement. May the God who has been born again and again as man, with the traditional Christianity, it was only once in the whole history of the universe that God assumed the body of man as Jesus Christ. The moment in the history of this world. But here Meister Eckhart obviously does not contribute to that kind of view, that may the God who has been born again and again as man, exactly the principle of God incarnating told in the 4th chapter of Bhagavad Gita, again and again, to teach humanity, I assume the human form. Imam vivasvati yogam proktavan aham avyayam vivasvan manve praha manur ikshva kavi abravit. That so many times I had taught is, but now every time I tell people that human beings, sakale neha mahata yogo nashya parantapa, that teaching gets degenerate over the time, and so again and again, in the new circumstances, in the new form, I have to be born again as a human being to teach humanity. That is yeah.
Swamiji, Christianity, Jesus says that he's born only one time, as against Hinduism or the animal.
It is
God comes back again and again.
yes, again and again, and here this Meister Eckhart makes the same statement again and again.
But in Christianity,
Organized Christianity does not accept it, but Jesus has never said that. It is, Jesus has never said that. Organized Christianity, because the more fanatic you are, the more congregation comes to you. Because then you get a lot of support of people, and so it is more like political, that it is, there is no such thing as what Jesus said. It is, the problem is there, that it is a nice incident at our Brown University, that chaplain's office, that I was telling things about Christianity, and one Christian chaplain there, he didn't like it. Are you Christian?
yeah,
Are you Christian? What right do you have to speak? Are you Christian? I said, if following the teachings of Jesus is Christianity, then I am Christian. I said, which church do you belong to? Which church did Jesus belong to? Which church did Jesus belong to? Well, it is not that you cannot confine in a particular walls of church and distort it like that. It is very important, that to see that these great mystics, now he was very high in the hierarchy. This Meister Eckhart had owned many high offices in Christendom, and was tremendously respected. So, but then therefore there were some jealous people, and then they complained against him that this is he is teaching heresy. So we could just finish once sermon number 1. Now it is now again he comes to this birth of Jesus in a different sense. Where is he who is born King of Jews? That question was raised. Where is he who is the born King of Jews? Now observe, as regards this birth, where it takes place, where is he who is born? Now I say, as I have often said before, that this eternal birth occurs in the soul precisely as it does in eternity, no more and no less, for it is the one birth. This birth occurs in the essence and the ground of the soul. Now certain questions arise. First of all, since God is in all things as intelligence, and this is very much akin to what we say in Vedanta, that God pervades in everything as there intelligence, their soul, their principle of awareness, and is more truly in them than they are in themselves. Ah, what a great statement, that God is more in us than we are in us. Mm. Because apart from God, what we have, that changes, It is that awareness changes, but God is ever there, always present there, and never leaves us. You may say, I don't believe in God and run away, but God never leaves you because God is intrinsically present in all of us. So, God is in all things also as activity, as power, but uh, He is fecund in the soul alone, for though every creature is a vestige of God, the soul is the natural image of God. Means consciousness. Soul here means the conscious principle in us, and that is always the natural image of God. Therefore, in Vedanta also, where to find God, try to know who you are. Self-inquiry. It is this technique is very beautifully illustrated by many ancient and modern teachers of Vedanta. That especially Raman Maharshi insists on that a lot. That find out who you are. Oh, I have this problem. Try to find who has the problem. Who has the problem? And then as you try to say who has the problem disappears. It is who. This is the way one has to conduct this inquiry, that the soul is the natural image of God. This image must be adorned and perfected in this birth. No creature but the soul alone is receptive of this act, this birth. Indeed, such perfection as enters the soul, whether it be divine, undivided light, or grace or bliss, must enter the soul through this birth, and in no other way. And just await this birth within you, and you shall experience all good and all comfort, all happiness, all being and all truth. Because that is what God is. And when that God takes birth in you, automatically you experience all this. It is because God is all this. All that we seek, that is why we discussed it in the morning. Why God realization is the goal of our life. Because nothing else is going to satisfy us. We will be looking for something else. And so nothing else can be the goal. It is only God realization is going to solve this problem. What next? You will be fully satisfied there. Nothing more to achieve. So that is, it is just await this birth within you and you shall experience all good. Doesn't it feel very inviting? We want all good, all comfort, isn't it? Yeah, I want to be very comfortable. But what happens is in the God realization is not there, then nothing makes me comfortable. Always there is this desire to have more and more, more. It is only in God it gets fulfilled. that it is Swami Vivekananda wrote a very nice hymn on Sri Ramakrishna, that it begins with Om Reem Ritam Tvamachalo Gunajit Gunedhyo. And do you chant it here sometimes?
Yes.
Yeah. So there one stanza, third stanza goes like this. Tejas taranti tarasa tvai tripta trishna rage krite ritapate tvai Rama Krishne. So otherwise he says that what happens in this world, tarasa means we are scorched by thirst, very, very scorched. This world, we keep on running everywhere. It's all mirage, no water. Our thirst never gets therefore quenched. But Tvai Tripta Trishna, Sri Ramakrishna, in you, one finds the real water, and the thirst gets therefore fully removed. You feel the peace that Tvai Tripta Trishna means that scorching thirst is now over. If one loves Rage Krite Ritapathe Tvai Ramakrishna, that, O Ramakrishna, you are of the nature of path of truth. Path of truth. If I develop love for that path, then I will reach you, and thus all my thirst will be completely satisfied. That is how that Jesus or the God is born in our soul. So it is whatever comes to you in what will bring you pure being and stability. But whatever you seek or cleave to apart from this will perish. Take it how you will and where you will, all will perish. This alone gives being, all else perishes. And that again is the common understanding that we have. Whatever we get, what happens? Perishes. So, anything you can extend it to everything that we try to get perishes. That is, that nature of those things is like that. And whereas, except you, God does not perish. Why? Because God is not born. That which is born has to die. How old are you? Well, you tell that answer that I am so many, this is my age and so forth. And then one day, no more there. It is now the Christians are having the Lent time. You know Lent? Yeah, so it is, you try to feel there, it is that you are all ashes. So it is, what else it is there? The body that you think it gets burnt after cremation and you become a little bit of ashes. That is what one is. So know this. But in this birth you will share in the divine influx and all its gift. So this is to be received. This cannot be received by creatures in which God's image is not found. So this is the that sense of purification that God has to be established. That is the spiritual practice that one has to do. And thus it will be that put in there, and thus we will see that we thus become divine. We feel that divinity. Yes, again, notice what you feel that you like in this world. Just observe. This is something that is a matter of, again, our natural understanding. What you like today, you don't like tomorrow necessarily. What you like in the morning, you don't like anymore in the afternoon or evening. It is the likings change. So, if you observe this, that you will see that you are pulled towards the world and turned away from the world. You really don't want any of that. Because you want it today and you make a commitment, but then you don't like it tomorrow. It is quite natural. I mean, it is not at all strange. Because that is how the nature of these things is, that what you were liking, really speaking, was God. Nothing else was really you were liking, and therefore God is reflected in everything, and so you get attracted to many things. But it is only a reflection, you don't get the reality there. And thus you turn away from it. Not this, not this. That is what the Vedanta path is told. Not this, not this. So it is, so this is how you can see that the world cannot bring us any satisfaction. And so we have to go towards that divine who is our very reality. And that will not go because it never really comes. It is ever there. So, thus no man ever went astray for any other reason than that he first departed from this. And that is the idea of sin in Christianity. Very correct idea, rather than doing this, that, no. But be going away from one's true nature. That is the sin. In the genetics also it is poetically described, but that is what going away from one's true nature. Yeah, it is. There are many such this, and I will. This is a sermon based on Luke's teachings. Luke, amongst the all those writers in the Gospel, was the only one who was Gentile. And there is, you see, the Jews and the Gentiles. So, amongst the gospel, the writers, these four writers, all others were Jews, and this Luke was a Gentile, and was therefore his sermon is more about, Luke's gospel is more about serving the poor and so forth in the image of God. So I, I must be about my Father's business. This text is most appropriate to what we have to say concerning the eternal birth which took place in time and still happens daily in the innermost part in the soul, inner ground, remote from all adventitious events. In order to become aware of this interior birth, it is above all necessary for a man to be concerned with his father's business. Father's business, Jesus' business, God's business. What is the God's business and what are the Father's attributes? Power is ascribed to him more than to the other two persons. Means in the Holy Trinity, the God, the Holy Ghost, and the Son. God, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. So, power is ascribed to him. It is three in one appearing as three. So, it is, and that requires a mighty effort to drive back the powers of the soul and inhibit their functioning. This must be done with force. Without force, it cannot be done. As the Christ said, the kingdom of heaven suffers violence, and the violent take it by force. And this is the violence that is done to it. That you run after other objects, that is the violence. It is the you take things, appropriate things, and thus call them mine, that is violence. So it is, that is what the problem begins there. So, all that is in its power and its domain, and hence its name active. But when God undertakes the work, the mind must remain passive. But potential intellect pays regard to both. So the activity of God and the passivity of soul, so that this may be achieved as far as possible. This is a very difficult statement. That the God's activity and then the mind's passivity. One must see this, both things. That
Missed the word mind's what? Second sentence.
Yeah.
Can you repeat, please?
Yeah, it is when God undertakes the work, the mind must remain passive. Means should not try to distort the work of God by one's own desires. But potential intellect pays regards to both, to the activity of God and the passivity of soul, so that this may be achieved as far as possible. Now this is where the position of the spiritual aspirant is, that you pay attention to both. Means that God is your reality, is the awareness, And second thing is, you are not experiencing it. So both these things have to be kept. That is why one has to struggle, make efforts in that direction. So we have taken a lot of time, and maybe I hope you will continue the reading of this great treatise, Meister Eckhart. There are some other translations of it also, but I found this most profitable. It is one that is more popular. It was more popular some years ago by Blackney, and at one time I saw many copies of that. Almost every devotee's home had one copy of it. And Blackney's, I'm sure there must be in the library here. There might be a copy of Meister Eckhart, that Blackney's translation. But this, I find it more accurate and more revealing. So please try to study. The time is rather over. But if you have some itching question, you can ask. Itching happens, you know. Itching means, oh, I want to ask this.
I got this rash.
Itching question, but,
She has an itching question.
no, it's not itching, but just to clarify, from what I hear, Master Eckhart's views are not in chime with current modern Christianity.
See, even then they were not. That is why he was subjected to that all this inquisition and so forth. And now also there are many Christians who follow this kind of thinking. I know many of them. Yeah, it is. But as always, their number is small. Yeah. Yes, please.
I have a little bit of an itchy question. So in the translation of the prayer, Saranamavatu, it says, may the divine being look over us lovingly as a mother and father. It doesn't say look after us lovingly. When we think of looking, we look after our children. So is there a meaning behind it, or is it just words?
No, there is a meaning behind it. Like our father and mother, and they see that we should grow as they want us to grow. There is the agenda there. In fact, the psychologists say that what the parents desires were there but they could not fulfill, and they want that the children to do it. So it is, but for God that agenda is not there. So they doesn't need it, but just my child means my essence. It is in that sense. Yes, it is that look upon us as children and not looking after us. No. Okay then. Oh, you have a question? Has he got a question? Yes.
The question in the sense, query in the sense, that you mentioned something, I really like it, interesting concept about all organs functioning accordingly. Sometimes some organ stops working. So seems to be, that's interesting that the function is over, and so ultimately at the end, I think we cease to function completely. Does it mean that we carry forward the software next time, or just stop that software and start that software? What happens?
Well, that software has developed a problem. It is usually the hardware that has developed the problem, and therefore the software cannot really function through that hardware. The problem is like that, not that the software has developed necessarily a problem. It could be that, or it could be that the hardware through which it is to function, that hardware has developed problem. The organs stop functioning could be either way. It is either the software is not uh, functioning properly, or the hardware has gone bad. Like the hearing. Uh, Hearing, usually it is not the software, but the hardware that goes bad. And then, yes, software also can go bad. It is, and therefore, no, it is, both need to be corrected, yeah.
So with that, the question comes in my mind is that since we, as a human, we're striving to create like something another like a human beings, as we talk about this artificial intelligence and cell phone, we have to replace every 5 years. If they start replacing our organs, where would the soul will say, okay, when we going to be free from this bondage?
I already get a new body all the time. What are you talking about?
Yeah, it is the, see, this soul is eternally separate, only we don't know it. As we know it, that is enough. Then how many times it gets changed, it doesn't matter. Let it get changed or not changed, you don't care about it. It is that as you know the separateness of soul from this machinery, that's fine, It is, you do not do that thing, it happens, It is, so know that it is, whether I get the replacement of this organ or that organ, I remain the same. That is, that cannot be replaced, that is irreplaceable, that is consciousness.
I thought we were trying to get rid of the body.
Huh?
I thought we were trying to get rid of the body.
Rid of the body
Like they're
consciousness.
trying to quit being reborn. And they're worried about trying to keep you incarnated.
It is, you are never like this. Your essence doesn't change. And the body comes and goes. It can last a long time. You can keep on changing the different parts. It doesn't, yeah. And it keeps on happening like a man very proud said that this axe I have been using for last 50 years, right from my childhood, and now I have grown an old man, but I am still using the same axe, only I have changed the blade a dozen times and the handle a dozen times. So it is like that.
That's what I'm saying, we don't have a problem changing the body.
No,
It already happens.
if you are not identified with it. If you are identified with it, then the problems begin. Yeah. Yes, you have some questions?
Yes, Swamiji, the thing is, going back to your analogy of using the cell phone stuff, right? So, we are born with our karmas from our previous lives, and that is all we live through it. Our tendencies are based on that, and then we move on to our next life, but we take nothing but our karmas. So, I think our focus should be to reduce the karma as much as possible in this life, so that we get a cleaner slate, so the phone is more functional in the next at least. And then at a point of time, we won't have any karma remaining. At that point of time, we don't even have to be back.
That is a good way of putting it, but it is while reducing our karma, we should be careful of not adding a fresh one.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
That because reducing the karma is another karma, you know. So it is, yeah. So one must be careful that the reducing of the karma is remembrance of the true nature. Then that karma gets reduced, or otherwise it gets added another karma. It is like in, you know, many these this word programs that you erase a word, something typed you have erased. What does it mean? You have added actually something there. It is not just removal, but you have added there.
And the best way not to add anything is basically the complete surrender to divine and
Yes,
detachment.
yes. So that is how the practice of devotion, and that helps there,
Yes,
that
absolutely.
getting rid of that. So here she comes, means telling us, stop, Swami.
No, you can talk as long as you want. I just want to make sure and remind people to come take those books and things
Yes,
on the
yes.
porch.
Okay, well, I thought that you came the
No.
day.
And to remind people to come at 10 o'clock tomorrow, not 11 o'clock. 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock, yeah.
11:30, and then lunch again. More lunch.
Because it is lunch time, you know. So
That's right, well, we have
you
to
cannot get dinner at that time.
we have to sustain Swami for his trip to Augusta.
No, yes.
But he won't be eating any of the food. Yes, he will.
Why should I not?
Earlier talking about the swamp, the man who ate the.
That is true, yeah.
He parted the.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. I will be, you can say, I will be putting some gas in this tank.
Right, you'll be so
Okay.
yes. But
Good, good, wise lady, you know.
Swami, what you've been talking about, and what we've been talking about just at the end here about the soul and the body and reincarnation and the problem of the body and keeping it going or not. There's a wise man, John O'Donohue.
Jonathan?
Do you know who John O'Donohue? He was a former Catholic priest and poet, and just sort of definitely a Christian mystic. But he said something that I just saw recently that sort of solved that soul and body for me, which was the soul is not in the body is in the soul.
Very correct statement. The soul is never in the body in the sense of space, you know. Even the mind is not in the body. It is actually there is no in and out. The spaces are different. You know. It is a different space. It is not the same space. So you cannot say the mind is in the body. Like these cookies are in the box.
Or the body.
Yeah. So the mind is not in the box of the body. It is, and God is not, or the soul is not inside that. It is.
The body is inside of God.
Yeah.
Which is always, yes.
Yeah. We all live in God, we belong to God, yeah. You wanted to ask a question?
No, I just wanted to share a joke.
Oh, wow. Yes. I will surely tell a joke, I can tell it to others, you know.
So I heard it recently, I think it's pertinent here. So there is this church in a very posh, rich neighborhood in a place, in a city. And one of the devotees comes there with very simple, ordinary clothes with some torn tatters. So the pastor calls him aside and says, "You cannot come to this church dressed like this. This church has a reputation to maintain. You need to wear, more better Jewish clothes." So the man says, "But I can't afford more clothes. This is all I have." So the pastor says, "Well, go pray to Jesus. You'll get, better clothes." So the man goes and he comes back, whatever, a week later, still in the same old clothes. So the pastor is a little bit annoyed. He said, "Why are you here like this again? Did you not pray to Jesus?" So the man says, "Yes, I prayed." So the pastor said, "Well, go pray again, pray some more." So he comes back again, a couple of weeks later, same story. So now the pastor is very angry. He says, "I've been telling you again and again, you cannot come here like this. You're spoiling the reputation of the church. Now go pray really hard to Jesus Christ. He'll give you what you want." So the man goes, comes back again the third time, the same thing. So now the pastor is like lost it. He says, "You're not listening to me. Did you pray to Jesus Christ? What did he tell you?" So the man says, "Well, Jesus Christ asked me, 'Oh, is there a church in that location? I've never been there.'"
Yes.
I'm a little embarrassed to say it, but I need to say this. All this studying gives me a headache. It gives me so much headache to try to study and learn. I'm sorry, and I hope that doesn't make me a bad person, but I just want to be happy and feel the bliss. You know what I'm saying? And so, you know what I mean, Swami? And I think sometimes a little knowledge gets me so high. Do you know what I mean? Like I get too blissful, and then I just wanna, I'm afraid I'm gonna get homeless. Wait, I am homeless, I forgot. But I heard this saying, and everything you're saying today, it keeps running through my mind. All I am is God, but I am not all that God is. And, right?
I am?
All I am is God, but I am not all that God is.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, it is in a way because again the idea of I, it depends, whether what you think about I. It depends on our awareness of I. So as a little body, naturally I am not all that God is. But the God is having this body. The body belongs to God, but God does not belong to the body.
And the whole I am thing, I've been in a group where we all were just kind of chanting to get to what God was, and we all came up with the same answer, which is, I am.
I am, yeah.
I am. And then it's just like we're all these different people, but we all came to, I am.
That is true. That is our true name, It is, this is the story from Brihadaranyaka Upanishad. If he introduces him, he will say, I am Sundar. She will say, I am Jyoti. What's your name?
Gaurav.
Gaurav. It's I am Gaurav. I am this, I am Kaveri, I am Uma, and so forth. But all of us have said our true name first. I am. That is all our true name. Everybody's true name. Other names are given.
I am.
I am.
Can I tell a little story?
Yes.
This is exactly relating to what Sharadamani said. There's a monk at the Monastery of the Holy Spirit in Conyers. His name is Father Tom Francis. He teaches centering prayer, which is mantra meditation in the Christian tradition. And Father Tom has been practicing meditation for many, many, many years with his prayer word, they call it. And then one day he heard, "We am."
We am. Correct? We am.
We am. Not just I am, but we am.
We am.
I love that.
Doesn't it go towards Tao art?
Pardon?
Doesn't it become Tao at a point of time?
Yeah, it can be, you see, depends on, again, semantics, you know, what meaning you associate with that word. Yeah. Yes, please.
But when it all comes down to it, when I feel God, it is not outside me. I don't feel God here, or I don't feel God. I feel God here.
No,
It's here.
it is not exactly like that. It is here. But,
True. That's
but
true.
as you
Here.
see here, it means everywhere.
Yes.
That's
And so therefore, God is within.
Yes. Yes, that is why that is God. You become expanded. You become the whole universe. So that God is in you. So God, because God is also everywhere. You don't feel it there, I agree. As the spiritual practice, therefore you feel it within what you call your consciousness. Where you feel your I. That is why it is told meditate on God in your heart. Now heart doesn't mean that blood pump. It means the center of your consciousness, you know. Otherwise, well, it is not the anatomical part of the body that it is, but is where you feel your I-ness. Like everybody shows I am, put it here. I came to Atlanta for Providence. I will be going to Augusta tomorrow. I will be coming back again here. I show it here. Everybody does like that. Even if, say, somebody's nose is very beautiful, you don't say showing the nose, I am going there tomorrow to Augusta. Because it is our constitution, dear, that we show it at this spot. So that is why we say that is where we will see God. So enshrine God where you feel I. In a way, kick out the I. That is how it is told. Meditate on God in the heart, where you feel the sense of I. Because this rascal I is to be kicked out. that is what Sri Ramakrishna's words were. This Shala Ami, rascal I, that needs to be kicked out. Okay, friends, I am very, very thankful to you all. And yeah.
Thank you, Swami.
Fun way to learn and fun work together. Yeah, fun.
Learning, you know, is the sign of life. Sri Ramakrishna used to say that as long as I live, I learn.
Yes.
What does it mean? When I am not learning, I am not living, dead.
Swamiji, can you leave us with a blessing before we leave? A prayer, a blessing?
Okay, what blessings do you want to say?
Your choice. Swami choice.
Oh, we will say the same prayer. Om Sahana Bhavatu Sahana Bhavatu Sahaviryam Karavavai Tejasvinavadhitamastu Ma Vidvishavai. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti.
Hari.
May may we have the strength and skill
to study together the art of spirituality. May no misunderstandings arise amongst us.
Om Shanti Shanti Shanti.
Jai Ma.
Jai Ma. Thank you. Good, it lasted, the battery lasted. I charged it lunchtime.
Look at your dish.
Let me get it.
You have it